Hello and welcome back to The Senior Detectives. Myself, Beware the Blobber, and Miss Morrigan Nightshade.
Hello, hello.
Finishing off the Crimson Diamond. A text parser based old school pixel art point and click adventure. Yeah. So, we should probably give a bit of a summary. We are Nancy Maple, not Marple, Maple. We are an aspiring mineralogist who we volunteer our time at the museum.
In hopes of being allowed to study.
Yes, because women aren't allowed to go to uni unless they volunteer their time first. In Canada, and there was a far, far away in the distant remote north, on a remote estate, some fisherman was just fishing. He cut up his fish, preparing his fish to eat, and oh my god, it's got a giant diamond in it. And so the museum sent us to investigate if there might be more diamonds. And, well, there's all sorts of shenanigans happening at the estate. The estate has old grumpy, well, actually old friendly man, who we've recently discovered seems to have just been murdered. His older sister, who is trying to get the will changed / force the inheritance to be split evenly.
Find the well. Find the well.
So that she makes sure to get her cut of the possible diamond mine that's about to be potentially found on their land. There's a native Indian man who has been promised by the estate owner that when the estate owner dies, the land will be returned to the Indians.
Yeah, it was a promise made by the father.
Yes, but the guy himself didn't seem to dislike it. He seemed fine.
No.
The estate owner was shacking up with a French lady who has either accidentally committed suicide or been murdered by the older sister of estate man, who is accused. This French lady had been being accused of being a bit of a gold digger, but she actually seemed really nice. She had a bit of a checkered backstory, but didn't actually seem evil from what we've seen, unlike a lot of the other people who seem very self-interested. What else have we got?
There's Bird Lady.
We've got Bird Lady, Kimmy. Kimmy, who we met on the train on the way here, who's here to see all the birds and yet keeps hiding out in the forest, listening to people's conspiratorial conversations. Other than that, she doesn't seem too suspicious. We've got...
Very one-dimensional. Very one-dimensional.
She likes her birds. It's all birds, birds, birds. We've got... The estate owner had a butler who sort of does all the cleaning and cooking and so forth, and he seems to be conspiring with multiple people. He seems to be conspiring with the Indian man in some way that I've forgotten. The older sister to do something. It wasn't entirely clear. And was he also conspiring? And he was helping the French lady as well. But that seemed less like conspiring and more like just being nice and helping her with her medical problem.
Medical problems. And then he's also the one who told the Mountie to just hide in that cabin.
Yes. Don't do a real investigation of the dead French woman. Just pretend. The older sister has a lawyer with her. The lawyer and the sister are obviously conspiring in some ways. Trying to get money. And I think that's...
Did you mention the government sent geologist?
No, I didn't. The geologist, yes. So the Canadian government have also requested a Belgian guy who totally isn't semi-Poirot-ish, who's a professional geologist to be sent here to investigate, are there also more diamonds? So the government's interested as well. He seems to be attempting to do his job, but he's a very gruff, hard to get along with person. Won't lend us his tools, is always dismissive of, oh my gosh, get out of my way, you hopeless woman, you'll just interfere.
There is also the slight suspicion with that the rock that we immediately said wasn't relevant. He was very like, no, this is the thing.
He might be fake. He has all the right tools, but he could be a fake. And then just as we were like getting to the end of last episode, a Mountie, one of the Canadian police peoples, showed up, but he showed up suspiciously. He was already on his way here before anything suspicious had happened. And he's, agreed to gloss over the murder of the French woman and maybe is involved in other things in other ways. So there's lots of nice scheming going on. It isn't clear if there really is a diamond mine thing. It isn't clear who necessarily has killed who. I quite have been liking that. It's not just like, this person is obviously the baddie, they're moustache twirlingly evil. Why can't anyone see that? As we ended, the estate owner was here, sitting on the end of the pier, mourning the death of the French girl, and now he's disappeared, and we think he's probably either jumped into the lake, the flowing river that goes off the end of a waterfall to the right, or been murderedly erdled. So we're going to have to investigate that. And we can get going. I think that's a good summary. You got anything else to add?
No. Only thing else is that our character is horribly unqualified to do this sort of thing, but she did read that one mystery novel, so it's fine.
Yes. She read a mystery novel once about taking fingerprints and so forth, so we have some ideas. We are actually seemingly pretty good at geology, though.
Yes, that we are.
Okay, so can we look? And yes, it's a text parser-based thing. So when we want to do something, we type in what we want to do, and then the game tries to respond with whether that's available. So like we've said, look, and now it's telling us what happens when we look around. There's a jetty here. It overlooks the rushing river. Cattails line the riverbed, and there's a rotting log lying on its side. A dirt path leads north, west leads to the bridge, and east to the waterfall. There appears to have been an altercation here. There are scuff marks and what might be a shoe print on the jetty. You can see puddles of liquid, an overturned drinking glass, and what looks to be a crystal decanter, broken into jagged shards. Oh dear. So can we dust glass?
Or examine?
You carefully dust the... I don't want to pick it up and contaminate it with our own fingerprints, because, like, I'm slightly worried... Well, it ended up not being so that... I was worried at the time when we were investigating that box towards the end of last episode that when there were 2 sets of prints on everything, it was because we'd touched everything before fingerprinting them. So now my instinct is to fingerprint things first and then fiddle with them and pick them up.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
You dust the overturned drinking glass for prints and reveal, a fingerprint. Ooh, I'd better be careful not to stray too close to the edge of the jetty. Yeah. Lift, fingerprint. You tear off a piece of tape and press it to the powdered fingerprint. Well done. You wanted to inspect a decanter, was it?
Yes.
You can't do that. Dust decanter? You carefully dust the decanter. You reveal 2 fingerprints. Lift decanter fingerprints. Lift fingerprints from decanter. There we go. You tear off 2 pieces of tape and press each piece onto the powdered fingerprints. Taste the lick. But what if it's been poisoned, Mr. Game & Watch? What do you think, Maury? Do we taste the liquid?
I think that's something you want to do after you've saved.
Stream 28. Let's go. Taste liquid. No, it doesn't look very appetizing. So what were the other things?
Can you smell it?
Oh, yeah. Let me skip through that again. Oh dear, yes, I know. Smell liquid. The liquid here has yet to be absorbed into the dock. Even in the moonlight, you can tell that it is golden yellow and it's whiskey. What a waste. The liquid on the jetty is definitely alcohol and not river water. Mr. Richards was here not too long ago. If he'd drunkenly fallen into the river, I'd expect to see watermarks on the jetty where his impact caused splashes. Besides, he spilled alcohol and the jetty is dry. Inspect. And what they called? Scuff marks?
Mm-hmm.
No, what were they called? No, not loot. Look. We do a fair bit of looting, but I wanted to look. Blah,
Sure
blah.
you did.
No, they did. Look, there are scuff marks. They called them scuff marks. Maybe I need to use scuff marks. Look at scuff marks. The scuff marks indicate that someone might have been dragged along the wooden boards off the jetty. And g'day, Nahodoi. The scuff marks seem pretty clear. Hopefully a closer examination will reveal more information. So, inspect scuff marks? It achieves little effect. Look at scuff marks with loop? You don't see anything noteworthy. What else was there that we can look at? Blah, 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 blah. There's been an altercation. Scuff marks, check. A shoe print. Okay, we've got to do shoe print. There's puddles. We've done the drinking glass. We've done the decanter. So shoe print, puddles. Look at puddles. There is some sort of liquid splashed onto the jetty. What could it be? What? You don't want to actually look at them? Examine the fingerprint. Okay, so let's just see all the things we've... Type review. Yeah. Investigate jetty for clues. Check. Examine fingerprints on the drinking glass. Check. Examine fingerprints on the decanter. Which it's... Oh, we've done the other order. We revealed the fingerprints on the decanter and then we examined them. Or maybe that's saying we need to use the compare
We need to compare
fingerprint command. Mr. Richards didn't fall. Examine the scuff marks on the jetty, which is unticked yet. Examine?
Yeah, examine was different than look, remember?
Okay. Oof. The direction of the scuff marks appear... I did not remember, so thank you. To lead away from the jetty and into the woods to the north. All these scuff marks were made by rubber-soled shoes. I'm not sure exactly whose shoes made the scuff marks. I will need to look into it. Mr. Richards could have made them himself, but I'll need to find out what kind of shoes he was wearing. I'd better be careful not to get too close to the end of the jetty. And what was the other thing? Footprints. Well, first we'll do look at. There's a shoe print made in the spilled liquid. I'm not sure whose it could be. Could it belong to Mr. Richards? And then what was it? Inspect? Footprint. No. Was it investigate?
Just examine, I think.
Examine, thank you. Upon closer inspection, you ascertain that the shoe print came from a size 14 foot. Not shoe, foot. They have shoes for feet. First of all, I need to determine whether Mr. Richards himself made any of the shoe prints that I found. Did Jack encounter Mr. Richards during this incident? I should find him and ask about his shoe size. Who knows what size Nessa's feet are? That's the older sister. Under the long skirt. I need to investigate. Where have I seen Kimmy walking around outside? Could she have left some shoe prints on moist ground? What could be an unobtrusive way to learn Corvus's shoe size? I wonder if he's left any shoe prints anywhere. Albert could be mixed up in all of this, but I'll need to find out his shoe size before I can say for certain one way or the other. Nathan couldn't have made the shoe prints. I certain could have, sorry. Nathan certainly could have made the shoe prints. I can't rule him out. Have I seen Nathan walking in this area, or in an area where he could have left shoe prints? I think so, and not so long ago. Type size check to review whose shoes sizes you still need to learn. But first, what was it? Compare fingerprints?
Yes, compare fingerprints.
Upon closer examination of the fingerprint you obtained from the overturned drinking glass, you conclude that it is Evan's. This makes sense. I did see him drinking from it earlier. You reveal Evan's and Nessa's fingerprints on the crystal decanter fragments. Is there any evidence of Mr. Richards' movements on the jetty? I should take a closer look and try to find some of his footwear too. It would be helpful to learn his shoe size. Can I place anyone else at the jetty? I'll need everyone's shoe sizes. Aha, the fingerprint on the glass jar belongs to Nessa. Ooh, I'd better be careful and not stray too close to the edge of the jet. Okay, I'm getting away from the edge of the jetty, so you stop saying that. Across to the bird cliff face to try and find some of Kimmy's...
The bird cliff seems fine.
Some of Kimmy's shoe prints?
Mm-hmm.
So, look for footprints. Look. Blah, blah, blah. There are the cormorants living on the side. They like to nest here. You can see some shoe prints by the riverbank. Examine shoe prints. Eat one of the cormorants? Upon closer inspection...
Why do we eat?
I don't know, Mr. Game & Watch is very hungry. You conclude that she wears a size 6 or 6.5 shoe. Far smaller than the size 14 that was found in the puddle. I'd better be careful and not stray too close to the edge of the river. Now, Nathan, the only place I remember Nathan being was here. So we'll have another look around. Yes, it has its asymmetrical roof. Yes, no footprints here. Really?
Who was it that went at the boathouse?
The Indian man and... I think it was Jack? The butler, I think? This place is the only place we've seen the Mountie, other than inside.
Mm.
So I was really pretty sure that the Mountie had to be here. Like his footprints. But apparently not. Over here, we can check out for some more footprints. Nope. Over in the Pagoda of Shame, where we may have missed a conversation. We see some shoe prints by the wooden bench. Examine shoe prints. They look like they did come from a size 14 shoe. I haven't seen anyone sit here, so I don't know who made these. Maybe I can
Yes, you have.
Ask the others about who likes to sit here. Yeah, we saw the lawyer.
Yeah, the lawyer was sitting there. Well, the woman was inside looking for documents.
Trying to find a will copy, yeah. We can go check out the garden. The garden might have Jack's footprints. And we'll check here as well. And here? Nope. Oop. And what about in the shed? Nope, although it still says the rope that we've left in the other zone is attached to the wall. Okay. Uh-oh. You see some possible signs of a struggle. There are scuff and shoe prints in the grass and on the path, and some tree branches have been snapped off. Okay. Look. Puddles of liquid haphazardly scattered along the path, lit by the moon. The more you look at the scene, the more you're convinced that whatever happened at the jetty continued in this part of the woods. You see scuff marks and shoe prints in the grass, and on the path to the south and east.
But yes, you're perfectly right. We have no detective skills as far as character goes. She just read a novel once and has decided to take it upon herself to solve the case.
You can also see some freshly broken branches. They could be friendly as well, but they are freshly broken branches. I don't like the look of this. There's something on the tree, but it didn't say inspect tree, examine tree.
Mm-hmm.
It would not benefit from closer inspect. But come on, there's a tattered piece of something there.
And look wasn't a thing?
Look at tree. No, it just does the whole thing.
Hmm.
Maybe we're meant to look at the broken branches is what we're meant to do there.
Yeah, that could be.
Yes, okay. These tree branches look like they were recently broken. Examine broken branches? You can clearly see some long brown and grey hairs caught in the tree branches. Long brown and grey hairs, these look familiar. Examine the long hair on the tree branch. Sure. A lot of the hairs have their follicles intact. We'll be able to do a DNA. I'd say that some of these hairs were caught and pulled out with some force. Long brown and grey hair. Only Nessa has hair like that. I should take a closer look at the scuffs. Okay, look at scuff marks. There are scuffs and scrapes on the path to the east and the south. Examine scuff marks. You walk closer to the scuffs you'd like to examine. Okay, here. Upon closer inspection, the scuff marks on the southern path, you conclude that someone was dragged from the jetty and into this area. And it was a bit of a struggle by the looks of it. The scuff marks on the jetty are clearer and made on the wooden jetty. If I can identify those ones, it would help me identify these ones. Ow, I'm sorry, leg cramp. Ow, ow. There we go. A note has been added to your notebook. Examine the broken trees, investigate the forest is incomplete. Examine the long hair, yes. Examine the scuff marks on the east, south path north of the jetty. Examine the scuff marks on the south. So now we have to examine these ones.
But did you examine the broken branches?
Yes. Then examine. So it went look at broken branch, examine broken branch revealed hair. Examine hair, reveal. No, look at hair. Hair is grey and brown. Examine hair. They have follicles. It must be Nessa's.
Okay. It just, since it didn't have a cross there, I just wanted to double check.
Really? Nessa's hair was pulled out during the struggles. Has a tick.
Yeah, but if you go up.
Investigate the forest. Size check.
Oh, examine. Yeah, but one down. It was at the bottom there, but it's probably continuing then on next page, so
Yeah.
that's why I
Yeah,
thought it
okay.
wasn't crossed
Okay.
out. Yeah.
So the new scuff marks. Look at scuff marks. It says there are 2. Examine scuff marks. The scrapes in the grass are deep, as if someone was literally digging their heels in to resist an outside force. The scuffs and scrapes are definitely leading away from this path of the forest and down the eastern path. I need to identify. Examine doesn't. I could bring up. I did have a MS Paint. There are some shortcuts. Was it Controls Temp? So I is inventory, N is notebook, L is look, X is examine, and W examine is examine with loop? Maybe? According to the shortcut keynotes I have. T is talk to, S is search, O is open, C is close. A space AB is ask about. CU is cupboard, DR is drawer, CA is cabinet, D is drawer, and then all of the various characters have a shorthand as well. I need to identify the scuff marks on the jetty. Those ones are made on a hard surface, which might help identifying them. Okay, and the other thing to do here is look at the liquid. Look at puddle. The trail of small puddles seems to lead further south. Examine puddle. The puddles of whiskey are staggered at irregular intervals, both on and off the path, almost as if whomever was responsible was also staggering. You have been bit by a snake and died. This isn't Great Western Trail. No, sorry, not Great Western Trail. What is the Get to California game? Is it Great Western Trail? Anyway.
Can't say I remember.
Welcome, Cal. Welcome, Raiders. This doesn't bode well.
Hello, Cal.
Well done. Okay, review. What can we actually do? Is there any evidence of Mr. Richards' movements on the jetty? I should take a closer look and try to find some of his footwear. It would be helpful to learn his shoe size. Is there anyone I can place at the jetty? Nessa. I need everyone's shoe size before I can figure that out. Okay. My mind says go to the shoe cleaning room and see if there's shoes there.
Sounds like a good bet.
Inspect, examine shoes. Which boots would you like to examine? The women's boots or the men's boots? Examine
men's boots, because we're trying to find his boot side.
I was gonna do but that's okay. Men's boots. I mean, because like they'll have killed him with his boots on, Maury. His boots won't still be here. You take a closer look at the men's boots in the right-hand cubby.
Yes, because he only had one pair of boots.
Thanks to your loop, you can clearly see the initials ER written on the inside of the boot letters. Above a number 12. So this is presumably Evan Richards. The boots belong to him. Well, the game agrees with you, Maury. He has more than one set of boots, and they're rubber-soled. You also peer at the men's boots in the left-hand cubby. There's another pair of boots here that are marked with a J. So Jack has boots that are size 12. These must be Jack's boots. Oregon Trail. Thank you, Mr. Game & Watch. That's what I was searching for. These have leather soles. And now do the same, but to the, and the shoestrings I found on the jetty aren't Evan's. Oh no, the shoe prints. It doesn't appear he walked away from the jetty. The scuff marks I found on the jetty leading away from the jetty were made by rubber-soled shoes. The rubber-soled men's boots belong to Mr. Richards. He's a practical man. I recall he was wearing something similar the last time I saw him at the jetty. Uh-oh, I think Evan was forcibly dragged away. Can I place anyone else at the jetty? I need to know everyone's shoe size. Now, examine women's boots. You can just make out the tiny letter M inside the women's boots, just above the number 5.5. That confirms the boots belong to Margot and that she wears size 5.5 shoes. Okay, so our sister hasn't got any shoes here. Can we break into our sister, his sister? Can we break into the sister's room and... Oh, faint noises are coming from the closet. It sounds like someone's in there. Save.
Who's in the closet?
And it's time to get our spy on.
Get out that glass.
Listen. We definitely hear someone or something in the upstairs closet. Why would someone be in there? Could it be a raccoon? Listen with glass. You can't use the drinking glass on the door. It's currently open. Closed door? Listen with glass. Somehow this is going to be better. With the help of the drinking glass, you can hear someone. You can hear footsteps moving back and forth and the occasional clatter of metal, as if someone was testing a lock. Who could be in there, and what are they doing? It's a little bit silly.
I mean, we can just go in there.
Do you want to go in there?
Yes.
Okay. Pardon me. You've stumbled upon the ranger rummaging in the closet. A note has been added to your notebook. Ranger Murdoch, what are you doing in here? Oh, Miss Maple. You've certainly given me a start. Jack directed me to the bathroom, but I don't seem to be in the right place. I'm used to being out in the wilderness. But a bucket doesn't seem that appropriate as a bathroom. Oh, the bathroom is across the hall from the spare room. I thought Jack said across from the stairs. My mistake. Excuse me. But we want to talk to you about the murder. Is the trunk open, though?
Did he open the trunk?
The trunk is battered. It looks like it survived an overseas voyage or two, which makes sense because they said that they came here from England. It is locked.
Examine lock?
Okay. I was going to check the other trunk, but... Oh, not Lecoq. The padlock is in very good condition. It appears to have spent most of its life indoors, attached to the blue trunk, possibly in this very closet. It looks even sturdier up close. I bet this would secure just about anything. No, Ordway. He was clearly pretending to be lost and using that as an excuse to try and get in the trunk. The green trunk still looks sturdy, though it looks like it's seen better days. It is locked. And then we'll try checking this lock as well. No, it takes you to the other lock. Okay, so the green trunk's lock is not interesting enough to exist in the investigative sense. Only in the descriptive sense. Hey then, Nancy. Full house, isn't it? If you're looking for the ranger, he's in the bathroom across the hall, freshening up. But he isn't. Jack said Ranger Murdoch would be in here. I wonder where he could be. And that's why he... Well... That kind of means he wasn't lying about that at least a little bit, right?
Kinda was. If not, he would have gone to the bathroom.
Are there shoes here in Nessa's room? Can we open your luggage yet? Nope, it is still locked. Look for shoes? You don't see anything noteworthy. I think there's not going to be anything... Yeah, there's nothing especially... The only thing we could do would be open up all of the drawers. The drawer is empty. Maybe she prefers to live out of her suitcase. These ones are already open. As are those ones, and we've already looked in them before. So I don't think they'll be suddenly full of shoes. I think I can hear the sound of something moving around in the walk-in closet. Listen.
Oh dear.
You can hear rustling and clattering and muttering voices. Listen with glass. You can't use the glass on the closed door? No, it takes us to the wrong door. Oh wow, they're just brazenly going through Margot's stuff.
Very rude.
Nessa, how are you? Oh, it's you. She ignores you and continues to rifle through Margot's things. Mr. Richard seems to be missing. Do you have any idea where he might be? He was last seen at the jetty. I found a broken decanter nearby with your fingerprint on it. Can you explain that? The crystal decanter from the dining room. I'm not surprised. I've poured myself 1,000,000 drinks from that thing. I see. I found some of your hair caught on a tree branch. It looked like it was pulled out with quite a bit of force. Yes, my hair got tangled up when I was looking for Evan in the forest, and I had to pull pretty hard to get myself free. Certainly doesn't prove anything, except that Jack needs to keep better care with trimming the trees. I have no idea where my good-for-nothing brother is. He's probably off in the woods sulking.
Can we ask her about her shoe size? She was very helpful with fingerprints.
Yeah. Oh, well, as soon as we've talked to him, Mr. Shaw. Not right now. Can't you see we're busy? Okay, so ask about shoe size?
Mm-hmm.
What's her name again? Nessa. No, ask about shoe print. I'll say this about Jack. At least the man knows how to keep a decent house. Any other footprint? Shoes? She smirks at you. Playing detective? Well, I won't be playing along. Nope, she does not agree. She'll only let us have fingerprints.
And that was when it was in her own interest, so I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, but they're shoes of someone that's already dead, Mr. Game & Watch, so we don't particularly care. We already have Kimmy's shoe prints, so I don't think we care. Oh. I hear voices near this doorway. I wonder what they're talking about. Listen. I need to listen with my glass. Listen with glass.
Oh, now you want to use the glass again.
With the help of the drinking glass, you hear the conversation behind Albert's bedroom door. And what government agency did you say sent you, Mr. Esper? Your government sent me. The specific name of the agency escapes me. Here, I have the documents. I trust they're in order. Thank you. Let's see this. Yes, those do look fine. Of course they do. Can I see your identification papers? There is a pause in the conversation. Even with the aid of the drinking glass, you strain to hear what comes next. See here, officer, I'm a very busy man. I don't have time to root about in my private documents to produce my identifications at the moment. I'm here because my government is doing a favor to your government. Strong international relationships are vital, especially in the times to come. Doubtlessly you are aware of the current state of the world affairs. I am. So if I were you, I'd take a step back and turn your attention to the dead woman in the cellar, which is, after all, the reason that you are here. Of course. Have a good evening, Mr. Respa. So much for Canadian hospitality. Ah. Oh, Miss Maple, good evening. Good evening. Then he disappears off this way. Can we find you so that we can talk to you about Margot, who we strongly suspect was poisoned? Pardon me. Good evening, Miss Maple. I'm just getting settled in for the night. Talk to... What's his name, though? Man about Margot. Here's my chance to tell an officer of the law what's happened. I should tell Ranger Murdoch about my investigation. Margot's illness and death seem quite suspicious. I should tell him about that.
Will he care?
Good evening. How are you settling in? Hello, I'm settling in well. I had no idea there were so many people here. Do I have to use tell? Tell. And what was his name again? It's already... Whoosh.
Murdoch.
Murdoch, thank you. About Margot. No? Tell about Margot? I wish I got to know her better. Now that she's gone, she'll always be a mystery. I know the feeling. Tell about Margot murder. I'd like to discuss my investigation with you. Your investigation? Yes, into her suspicious death. I've smelled garlic on her breath. Do you think that might be significant? It could be significant. We'll look into it. I knew that the flypaper here at the lodge contains arsenic. If Margot was poisoned, the killer could have used the flypaper that I found. I have a sample of Margot's hair. Would it be possible to run tests on it to detect the presence of toxins? Yes, absolutely. We can do that. Hold on to the sample for now. I should tell Ranger Murdoch about Margot's illness. Maybe we went to use a ranger? About Margot's illness. About illness? You tell him what you have discovered so far. I've examined the body and made some interesting observations about the state of her health before her death. You mentioned the garlic scent. Yes, I noticed that near her mouth. That would indicate a number of things. The most likely is that she ate garlic before her death. I suppose so. I never asked her or anyone else about garlic. That could be useful information. Really? Margot suffered from aches and pains that had gotten more acute recently. That would be suspicious. I should really take a closer look at the body before I discuss her suspicious death with him any further. Really? I'm afraid there's not much to go on at the moment. Maybe I should examine the body more closely and ask her about it again. And ask him about it again. Okay, so ask everyone else about garlic?
I would start with the butler.
Well,
because when I completely forgot to follow up on that, but I did note it down. When we smelled the garlic, she pointed out that there has never been served garlic.
Yes. Oh, you forgot to lock my door again. Please go away. But can we get your shoes? Can I assist you in your field report? I'm too busy. Look at shoes. Examine shoes. You can see a small number 12 marked on the inside of the shoes. Okay. So we know his. There are shoes by the bed here. Size 14. Size 14 for Corvus. That looks more like a sock than a shoe, but maybe it's a knee-high boot. No. No. Oh, ask about garlic. I like garlic. It's nutritious. He hasn't served us anything with garlic, though. You say that Margot's breath smelled like garlic? How odd. Because we haven't been served any. None of us have had any. You're right, so she couldn't have eaten the garlic. Why did her breath smell like garlic? I once read a mystery novel that garlicky breath is a symptom of arsenic poisoning. Now Kimmy's getting in on the action.
Oh no!
I wonder if that's true. We can ask these two about garlic.
Why must we continue the stereotype of women who believe them to be self-detective just because they read one single novel?
Ask Nessa about garlic. I don't care about garlic. Ask. Your name is Corvus.
Corvus.
About garlic. I don't like it. It's far too pungent. Okay. Is Jack in the kitchen? Well, actually, first I want to check here. He is here. Ask Jack about garlic. I think I smelled garlic on Margot's mouth when I was down in the cellar. Impossible. She never ate it. Maybe there's something that smells like garlic. I don't know.
Wait a second. Go back.
Yeah? Examine shoes?
No, she never ate garlic. Okay, this is very much a hunch. Ask about Margot allergies?
I don't know. I'm no doctor. She had minor health issues, a loss of appetite, but they were under control. I don't know why she took a turn for the worse, so her death was suspiciously sudden. She's not allergic to garlic as far as the cook knows.
Okay. Well, he was stuttering, so I don't quite believe him, but sure.
Trouble is, I'm fearful to go in the, I'm fearful to go in this room now because it might progress the game state. Okay, no, it's safe. Let's see what the review says we should do. So we wanted to... Is there any place I can... Can I place anyone else at the jetty?
We didn't check the boathouse for footprints, yeah? Did we?
Nope. I need everyone's shoe size. Who do we supposedly not have the shoe size for? Kimmy?
Wasn't that size check?
Size check?
It said if you do type in size check, it's supposed to tell you.
Mr. Richards has size 12. Jack's a size 12. Doesn't know about Nessa. Kimmy is 6.5. Corvus is 14. Albert and Mr. Richard are the same. And maybe Nathan. Where have I seen Nathan walking? Which you think is the boathouse?
I think that's the boathouse.
Boathouse, cliffs to the west, forest to the north, bridge to the east. What about inside here? There's a tackle box. It doesn't look like it.
Hmm.
They were also... Jack and Nathan were both here having their little conversation, and then we listened to it by hiding behind this tree. So it could be here.
Mm-hmm.
Nathan and Jack have left shoe prints all along the riverbank. Examine shoe prints. How am I meant to know which ones are where? I think this side was him. The shoe prints on the side of the bridge are quite large and freshly made. Considering that I witnessed Nathan making the shoe prints, I can conclude he wears size 16. And if I do this side... Jack was walking quite extensively on this part of the riverbank. His are size 12. So now it's just... Oh, what was it? It wasn't shoe size, it was...
Then we have
compare
to ask
size?
her if she likes sitting on the bench, don't we? Because we have the footprints at the bench.
The footprints at the bench.
It said we don't know who sat there, even though we saw the lawyer there earlier. But
Yes. But we've found his shoe prints in his room.
yes, but we don't know if those match. You can probably figure that out by examining these again, but
They've come from a size 14 shoe. I haven't seen anyone sit here. I don't know who made them. We can ask the others. Okay, so ask... What's it called? I'm going to need its word. Wooden bench. And seeing as we know that it's him, well, I think him being the first stop is the most sensible, right? The lawyer.
mm-hmm.
And then if these two are too cagey, maybe Jack. What I know about a wooden bench would go over your head. Good lord. What about Nessa? I don't care about it at all. Okay. So Jack is the most sensible, I think, next person to ask about that. He doesn't know anything about it. Maybe it's just bench? Ah, the wooden bench outside. Okay, so we could have gone back and asked them with the right thing. Wooden bench is wrong. The wrong noun. Mr. Richards never sits there. It's too hard on his back. Me either. Nor Nat. I see Corvus sitting there when he wants to be by himself. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, then it's not hers.
Maybe. We'll go ask him about it anyway. Maybe he'll admit to it explicitly. Rather than being hearsay. There is a bench outside between the lodge and the gazebo. I like to go out there for a breath of fresh air. No one else seems to use it, and it's a good place to be alone. Okay, so he admits it. And then what was it? Shoe sizes? Compare sizes. No, compare... check sizes? What was the shoe command? Oh, good lord. Size check. I need to figure out whose shoe made the shoe prints on the jetty. Mr. Richards has size 12. They came from size 14 at the jetty. Jack's a size 12. So Jack didn't make the footprints. I know what size... Who knows what size Nessa's feet are? We still need to work that out. Kimmy is a 6. Corvus is size 14. He could be involved, but I can't tell until I know everyone else's. Albert and Mr. Richards have the same shoe size. Neither of them could have made these shoe prints. Nathan's feet are size 16. I'm relieved. He hasn't been involved. Okay, so it sounds like the only person's shoes that it wants are Nessa's. Let's look under bed. You have an intense fear of dust bunnies. You just can't bring yourself to do it. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
The things we learn. Things we learn about this
How else are we
woman.
going to get her shoe prints? She was in the apple orchard, but that feels like it's too long ago. Oh, I'm upstairs still. Whoops. Right, when she poured out the very probably poisoned water.
Yeah. Would her footprints perhaps be where we found the glass, like right by the waterfall?
Yeah, we can check that as well. Look. Yeah, it doesn't seem to think there are any footprints here. So we'll go do your waterfall theory. My theory is a bust. Sucks to be me.
Mine might not be anything.
Yeah, but these were Kimmy's ones.
No, these are but if I meant where we died.
Oh. The other bit of the
That's where we-
waterfall.
Yes, the other waterfall, the dangerous waterfall. I should have specified.
This one.
Not the one with the birds.
The roaring waterfall flows speedily, yeah, it's my bad, off the escarpment. There are mossy rocks by the water that look pretty slippery. You can make out the smokehouse and the jetty. No, it doesn't sound like there are footprints here.
Okay, where else have we seen her? Where else have we seen her? Where has she been walking around?
She was also here, briefly. But no, this is only for Nathan and Jack. I don't remember ever using this scene. And it feels like it's a hide behind a tree scene.
Yeah. The study. Could the study have footprints? She was there. Like, that's where she
Yeah.
spent most of her time in the previous chapter.
Morning, Salar.
Solar.
There's a fine tapestry depicting a forest scene. There's a nice desk. The floor is littered with papers. Maybe she stepped on the papers?
Mm-hmm.
The papers are old guest receipts. Someone has inconsiderately stepped on them. What a mess. Examine papers. Someone has stepped on one of the documents scattered across the lush carpeting and has created very clear imprints of their shoes. Aha! I already know Kimmy's shoe size, so this must belong to Nessa. These shoe prints definitely came from a woman's shoe, judging from the heel. And sexism much? And none of the men have feet nearly this small. I must say these shoe prints are a size 8. It would probably be a good idea to investigate the jetty and the surrounding areas. Upon closer inspection, you think you can barely discern a couple of oily spots on one of the papers. Inspect or examine? Examine oily spot? What was it? Not example, examiner, my bad. No, examine spot. No. Okay, and then it was size check. I've gotten everyone's shoe sizes. It came from a size 14 foot on the jetty. The only person who has that is Corvus. Corvus's shoe size matches the shoe prints at the jetty. And now what does the review want us to do? According to my findings, Evans was dragged away from the jetty. He didn't wander off, and he didn't fall into the river, nor did he jump. Corvus was involved, and so was Nessa. I'm satisfied with my investigation of the jetty. You want to go look at the body again? You wanted to look at Margot again, did you?
No.
No? Okay. So you think just finding out from the butler that she supposedly doesn't eat onions is enough for the...
I'm not sure.
We can try. We will try. So it was... What was it? It was tell Ranger about garlic? You have nothing compelling to say about poisoning? I think she was poisoned by arsenic. I did hear that she died suddenly. Why do you think she was poisoned? I don't have hard evidence, just a feeling. I'm afraid I need more than that. Do we need to find a book to back up our arsenic equals garlic theory?
You never know.
And what's the other thing? We want to tell him about... Tell Ranger about footprints? Tell Ranger about Evan? The last time I saw him, he was drunk and sitting on the jetty. Now he's gone. I think something bad could have happened to him. Was the jetty wet? I don't think so. Then he hasn't fallen in. He was probably somewhere on the grounds, walking off the alcohol. He's had a difficult evening and probably wants to be alone right now. Tell Ranger about scuff marks? No, about scuff mark? About hair? About... I don't know. What else could it possibly be? Maybe we say his murder. About Evan's murder. You have nothing compelling to say. I'm satisfied with my investigation. So, maybe it's tell them about Corvus and Nessa? I first met her, she was standoffish, but having spent more time with her, I think she's very mean. Oh, wow.
Police officer, please arrest this woman. I find her very mean.
More than you know. At first, I thought she was terrible, and then I got to know her, and now I know it for sure. You have nothing compelling to say about Corvus. Maybe we talk about Margot's eating?
Could be.
Tell Ranger about Margot garlic. About Margot never eating. It's too big. Let's try garlic once more. But no, they've got nothing to say. We are not yet compelling enough.
Could we ask Jack about lack of garlic?
About
Like trying to frame it like why you don't use garlic?
you can't use lack. About absence? I can ask about garlic one more, but it's just going to be the same thing. She never eats garlic. Maybe there's something else that smells like garlic. Maybe we can ask Kimmy again, and our character will have a. Maybe it's that our character has had a failure to understand what we as players have understood.
Maybe. Ask the ranger if he wears heels.
Yeah. Oh, Nancy.
I mean, riding boots have a sort of heel.
Poison? I don't know anything about that. Ask Kimmy about garlic. It's very nutritious. He hasn't given us anything with garlic. Her breath smelled like it. How odd. Especially because we haven't been given anything with it. None of us have. So she mustn't have eaten the garlic. I read in a mystery novel that garlicky breath is a symptom of arsenic poisoning. I wonder if it's true. No, that hasn't caused an epiphany.
Could we look at the encyclopedias and see if we can look up arsenic?
So they were in the study, I think. Look at books. Wait, what? None of these books are necessary for you to read. Okay, these ones. No? Really? I thought I remember them saying earlier that they were encyclopedias. Yeah. The bookshelf contains a set of encyclopedias. Examine encyclopedia? How the hell do they spell it? I can't spell that. Encyclo, single E, no A. Gosh damn it. It would not benefit from a closer inspection. There were books in the ranger's room. There's also possibly books here. Look at shelf.
Oh no, do you think this is one of the things that we've timed out? That if we had asked before Evan died, we could have asked him, and he would have told us that she's allergic to garlic. But because
Maybe.
he's dead, the butler just goes no, and there's no one to confirm or deny.
The Indian man might know then, though.
True.
Where is he
He
at the
might.
moment? You're here. He's not in any of these rooms. I don't remember him being upstairs, but I'd rather check exhaustively than... Come on, don't get stuck on the wall. I'd like to learn a thing or two from you. I haven't got time. Ask about garlic. Garlic is rather strong. Too strong for my palate. Alas, no.
Hmm.
And then Kimmy, who we've already asked. So it seems like Nathan is not around.
It's just very strange.
Well, my memory was, didn't they send him to send a telegraph? I feel like they sent him to send a telegraph.
Maybe they did, and
Is that
I just don't
also,
remember.
is that saying something that I should pay more attention to? No, just you open the main doors and go outside. Although if he's not here... Like, if the car is still here, that seems odd that he's nominally not. Ooh, is he in the smokehouse? Hello? Signs of a struggle continue in the area around the smokehouse. The scuff marks and shoe prints continue along the path and into the smokehouse. The door to the smokehouse is shut tight, but you hear indistinct noises and they're cutting up the body. Eek!
This is how they make the ham.
There's also a shiny thing here. Examine shiny. The tiny, shiny specks are only visible in the moonlight. They're impossible to examine closely. What? Pick up shiny. The minuscule specks are no larger than grains of sand. You can only see them because of the light hitting them. You can't actually pick them up. And g'day, Wick. Okay,
Well,
so inspect... Oh, let's have another look. What were they? Scuff marks again? Blah, blah. There's tiny specks. Scuff marks. Shoe print. So... Ooh, there's something round and metallic. A button. Examine button. That was the thing that I noticed. This grey metal button with 4 buttonholes. Who could it belong to? I should look more closely at people and what they're wearing. So then it was examine scuff marks. The scuff marks lead to the smokehouse. Uh-oh. Something shiny on the path to the smokehouse caught my eye. I wonder what it is. A note has been added to your notebook. Except we already picked up the, Yeah, I think that's just because they don't expect you to notice the shiny thing before the footprints.
Probably.
Investigate the area around the smokehouse, not yet checked off. Identify the owner of the button. And Evan was forced into the smokehouse. And then what was the other thing? Examine shoe prints. The shoe prints have come from a size 14 and size 8 shoe. It appears that someone wearing size 14 shoes has made these footprints. According to what I've deduced, Nessa and Corvus have attacked Mr. Richards by the jetty and dragged him into the smokehouse. Their shoe prints are everywhere and lead here. The scuff marks I found came from rubber-soled shoes, the kind that Mr. Richards wears. No one else at the lodge wears these shoes or boots with rubber soles. Some of Nessa's hair has been caught in the tree, which is definitely unusual. They were discussing something about a will, but whose? Oh, I remember overhearing a conversation between them about looking for Evan and Nessa's father will. Could it be that this has something to do with that? I've investigated all I can. It's time to go inside the smokehouse and find what happened. Dun, 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 dun.
Dun.
Okay. Is there a cut-up body? You opened the door. Deep into the darkness, peering, long we stood there wondering, fearing. Nathan, I have a theory about what's happened. I'm listening. There are shoe prints all over the jetty, leading here. Look at the blood at the back of the... Yes, I saw those. I have no idea who they could belong to. I do. I did some detective work, and I've learned everyone's shoe sizes. You did? I did. According to my findings, Nessa and Corvus dragged Mr. Richards from the jetty here. It makes a lot of sense, but where is he now? That's what we need to find. You're absolutely right about that. Let me take a look around here and see what I can find. You've done well. Maybe you can figure out where Evan is now. So far, I've come up empty-handed. Thanks, Nathan. I'll try not to let you down. If you find anything of significance, let me know as soon as possible. I will. One more thing. One more thing. Yes, Nancy? Nessa seems to be desperately looking for something. I'm not sure what. She's made a mess of the study, and there are papers all over. I think it has something to do with a will. I heard them talking about it in the parlor last night. A will? Come to think of it, they were discussing Evan and Nessa's father's will. That was after dinner. I need to go talk to Jack about all of this. Meet us in the study when you're finished here. No, but I want to talk to you about, garlic. You can tell us all about this Ertsatz will and the mineralogy report then. Good luck. Good luck too. No, he's left before we can ask him about garlic. Okay.
No.
What have we here? Look. An array of smoked meat and fish, a hanging to dry and cure, a work table with a deeply scratched work surface is against one wall. You see a big bag of salt, a barrel, and a large pot. The smokehouse is in disarray. Debris cover the table and floor. There might even be something on the wall. What happened here? Look at the blood. Look in pot. The pot is empty. Look in barrel. It doesn't accomplish anything. Look in sack. It doesn't accomplish anything. Look at... Not took. Look at table. It is clearly used to prepare the meat before it is preserved. Countless cuts and scratches mark its surface, and it's stained by blood and ash. Colourful shards and debris cover the table. Examine shards? Inspecting the Jordan almond fragments through your loop, you see the conchoidal fractures in the candy shell that remind you of the sharpest obsidian, shiny like obsidian. That's it?
Can you examine the blood?
You can't use blood. Stain? What if we use examine table? Jagged fragments of Jordan almonds scattered all over the table. Why in the world would Jordan almonds be in the smokehouse? Identify the owner of the button. He was forced into the smokehouse. We've examined the footprints outside. They belong to Evan. No, and don't belong to Evan, sorry. We've completed the investigation inside. Go to the smokehouse and tell Nathan your findings. Told us our theory. Investigate smokehouse with nothing. Examine
Investigate salt?
meats. They look appetizing. The rock pile would benefit from a look under your loop. Taking a little handful wouldn't hurt, but there's plenty here. Take salt. We took some salt. Look at salt with loop. You don't see anything noteworthy. Examine salt. As expected, the rock salt is composed of irregularly shaped crystals that are cubic in shape. They are whitish and colorless. Some of the crystals appear irregularly shaped, more octahedral than cubic, but salt is brittle and water-soluble, so it can be just about any shape.
So if we try to put it in water, in our
When
mug...
I leave, there's no telling who could come here and tamper with the scene. I don't think I'm done with my investigation. I should investigate more closely. Maybe I should take a closer look at the floor. The wall might reveal additional information. I need a way to tie Nessa or Corvus to this scene. Finding fingerprints would be great, but there aren't many smooth surfaces in here. You were basically trying to say we could grab water in the cup and then try dissolving them in the cup?
Yes.
Yes, I agree, but
not
yet.
We're stuck here for now.
Dust pot. It has been blackened and caked with ash from years of smoking meat. Trying to acquire prints from it would be fruitless. It was a good thought, though. Dust handle. You don't think that would be useful for... Okay, dust... Knife? Dust table? Dust barrel? Surely we don't dust the meat. The almonds? You carefully dust the Jordan almond fragments for fingerprints. And amazingly, you're able to recover a fingerprint from one of the larger pieces of Jordan almond.
That is so bonkers.
You examine the fingerprint you've revealed in the smokehouse and compare it to the collection of fingerprints that you have obtained. You conclude Nessa is the one who have crushed these almonds. Okay, it was examine floor. Thanks to your loop, you can clearly see that the yellow fibers on the floor of the smokehouse are from hempen rope. The fibers have broken into the small, twisted strands. Possibly caused by friction. Who or what could have done this? Could it be that he was tied up? Oh no. You can also clearly see cookie crumbs on the floor. They look like crumbs from the cookie that Jack was baking. I've even seen bits of jam. Examine cookie? There is no thumbprint cookie here. Nor do you have one on your person. And the other thing was wool? There's a symbol marked in something sticky and red on the smokehouse wall. It appears to be a circle within a circle. The smaller circle is copiously filled with a red substance. Oh no! I wonder what the symbol is painted with. It's definitely not paint. It's sticky, drippy, red, and a bit chunky. Eek.
Can we examine it closer?
Examine. Whoa, I thought I.
No, examine the
Oh,
the
symbol?
symbol. Or liquid.
The symbol appears to be a circle within a circle. It's filled with red substance. Uh-oh, same thing. Other than that, it's not
Okay,
paint.
and substance.
You want to examine substance?
Hmm?
No.
Oh, darn. Oh well.
Take symbol? Take sample of symbol? No. Okay, what else does review want us to do? It's up to me to figure out what happened here. I need a way to identify the symbol on the wall. I don't know what more you want, game.
Hmm.
Uh... Dust symbol? If it worked with the almond.
Fair enough.
You don't
Fair
think it would be
enough.
useful to dust the symbol for fingerprints? Dust floor? Dust wall. What are we meant to do to this symbol? Maybe we're just meant to look at it? Yes. Identify the substance the symbol is made from, is the last thing. Identify symbol substance. Maybe now that we've done the look, this will change.
Hmm. Maybe we can gather it somehow.
Pick up substance. Pick up symbol. Put symbol in mug. What on earth is the sticky, glistening, luridly red substance painted on the wall? I must find out. We're not allowed out, Maury, until we work it out. What else can we even do? Maybe I can look at it with Loop? Look at symbol with loop. You don't see anything noteworthy. Duck call at the symbol. Summon Cthulhu via duck call. Rub salt on symbol.
I have to identify it.
Rub symbol?
Have to identify the substance.
Taste symbol.
Okay, we're tasting the symbol. I was going to go with smell, but
Seriously questioning your own judgment, you crane your neck towards the wall and stick out your tongue. You gingerly touch the tip of your tongue to the smokehouse wall. It tastes like jam. So what, you want smell symbol?
I thought that would be nicer than forcing her to lick it, but sure.
You kneel down and breathe in the delightful smell of raspberry jam. Okay. Not blood. We're not a vampire / cannibal. And I think we're done.
I guess so.
We want to talk to the guy about garlic.
Yes, Alar, I do feel like we learned something important here. I will smell a substance before tasting it, while Blubber will go straight to tasting it.
Nessa's crushed the Jordan almonds on the table. But why? I have no idea. Are they particularly dangerous to anyone in the lodge? I should ask around. Judging from the frayed rope, Mr. Richards could have been tied up after he disappeared from the jetty. I think he partially freed himself and painted a symbol on the wall. He took care to conceal the symbol. It could indicate where he was taken next. Because he knew where he was about to be taken? The symbol looks like a thumbprint. Like the thumbprint cookies I saw Jack baking. And their middles were filled with raspberry jam. I remember Jack saying that Mr. Richards likes to stash the cookies in his pockets. And I did find cookie crumbs on the floor. But what does Halongrotta mean? What? I should ask someone. I should talk to Nathan and Jack about all of this. What the hell? Where did we get Halongrotta from?
Don't ask.
What even is Halongrotta? Oh, they're Swedish jam cookies. Okay. Okay, so actual things we can do. Let's do that again.
We still
Talk
have
to
the
Nathan
salt,
and
right?
Jack. Yeah, we have the salt. We can go dissolve it in water if you want to try that.
Yes, I would. I would greatly like to try. See what happens.
Fill mug with water. Put salt in mug. I could use my trusty blue mug to dissolve the salt rock. You drop the salt into the water. You wait a little bit and it should be all dissolved. Where has it gone? Here. The mug has a beautiful blue glaze. You've filled it with water. There's salty water in the mug. Examine mug? It has an inscription that reads Adventure Game Studio by Chris Jones, model 3.6. There is some water in the blue mug. You've put the rock salt in the mug, which should be dissolved by now.
Examine water.
Salt? Water?
Salt.
Examine water? Examine salt? Examine mug is just going to do the same thing.
taste the water?
Rock salt? Maybe it's called rock salt. You want to taste the water? No, 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 Maury. We have to smell the water first.
Don't you dare, because I'm fine with doing water first when you just licked off red suspicious substance.
It doesn't look very appealing.
That doesn't look very appealing. That she objects to.
I don't want to drink a mug of salt water.
That she objects to. But the oozy red liquid, nah, let's have a taste of that. Oh, this woman.
What are we meant to do with it? We can't look at it. We can't look at it with loupe. We can't examine it. We can't drink it. We can't taste it. Listen to salt water? Touch salt water. You can't do that.
Can you just pour it out?
No, because then we're losing our salt. I'm not emptying my salt water. Like, well, not without saving. So what do you want? You want...
Try to see if you can get rid of it.
Empty mug? I can't just dump it on the floor.
You're right next to a sink, woman. Why would your gut reaction be to empty it on the floor?
What? Maybe the review will... I should talk to Nate. Really? That's the only thing we have to do. I thought we also wanted to do something about the rope.
Apparently not.
And we never asked everyone around about nuts. So, maybe do that. Except it looks like everyone's already in the, Oh, maybe not. Ask Nathan about garlic. I can take or leave garlic. It depends on how it's cooked. And you wanted to... about allergies?
Yes.
Tree pollen. I don't suffer from anything. Evan told me that he's allergic to nuts, which can give a serious reaction. When he was a small child, he had a bad skin rash from merely touching the almonds. He could even have had a worse reaction and died, should he eat them. Oh dear! Nessa caused a stir by bringing the almonds with her, but Evan gave up on arguing with her. He's allergic to nuts. Could it be that Nessa was trying to weaponize them to use against him? Maybe that's why Nessa brought the almonds in the first place. She could have been scheming it this entire time. Ask Nathan about Margot's allergies. It doesn't fit. But we could do A, B. Margot's allergies. But the fact that it doesn't fit suggests that it's,
No, but could we ask him about
Yeah,
general?
he doesn't say about
No,
general.
but
Oh, ask Jack about general allergies?
yeah. Yes.
Oh. How was the shorthand? I might have to use the full longhand. Ask Jack about allergies. I'm no doctor. No, it assumes that we're asking
Oh,
about
okay.
Marg.
He assumes about that. Okay.
Ask Jack about Evan's allergies. I don't know anything about it, despite the fact that I've been his cook for 500 years.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that someone just ratted you out.
So we asked him about garlic, which is something that we wanted to do. Was there anything else? Rope?
There was several things, wasn't there? There was symbol. We wanted to ask about the symbol, and we wanted to ask about the cookies.
Yes. Ask about symbol. I saw this strange symbol in the smokehouse. I think Mr. Richards was kept there before people moved him elsewhere. I was hoping you might know what it means. A circle within a circle. The innermost circle is filled with red. You mean with blood? I didn't mean to scare you. It was actually jam. Ah, why wouldn't you say so? If it was painted with jam, and it's kind of round, it reminds me of the thumbprint cookies. He can never remember the name for them. Here we go. Halongrotta. It means raspberry cave. Raspberry cave. Like a mine? Like a garnet mine? Uh-oh. Now I know. It means raspberry cave. Could it be the garnet mines? Does that mean I have to go examine the garnet mines? Evan has possibly been taken to the garnet mines. Oh, and we need to ask about Button. Or
There
we
was
should
the
look
button.
at clothing. Because we're told to, like, your clothes are a usual outfit, a modest skirt and blouse, as well as a sweater with a slim leather belt at your waist. Look at Nathan's clothing. You don't see anything noteworthy. Okay.
Harsh.
Yeah. Nathan got no style. Ask Nathan about Button. I don't have any buttons. Okay, Jack. If you need something mended, I'm afraid I can't help you.
Can you show them the button?
Yeah, talk or ask about. We could do both. Show Nathan Button. Ask Nathan about Button. Tell Nathan about Button. Tell Jack about Button. No. Unless it has a different name. Wait, where's it gone? Oh, we never picked it up. We looked at it but didn't pick it up.
Oh. Oh no.
Really?
If it's gone now. That's gonna be harsh knowing that
No.
we had a clue and.
You pick up the button.
Okay.
Okay. Now that it's in the
Button has
inventory,
been secured.
shiny and appears to be pretty new. Who could it belong to? I'm sure we saw this. We should look at people more closely and see what they're wearing. I'm sure we had that dialogue. Maybe because we examined it. No, not the door to the accusing room. We are not ready to accuse yet. Okay. Ask Nathan about button. Does this metal button belong to you? No, isn't mine, but I think Corvus has a best with buttons like that. You should ask him. And now do the same to Jack. Might as well do it while we're here. It's not mine, but I think Corvus' vest has buttons like that. Why don't you go ask him? Well, Corvus then? A whole 16 colors, indeed, Vama. Look at this massive resolution. Ooh, Kimmy's asleep. And she animates as being asleep. Like her little breathe in, breathe out. Does that mean that these two are no longer here? Nessa and Corvus are talking. I should eavesdrop. Listen. One of those fancy EGA graphics cards. Or EXGA. That hussy, the harlot, the strumpet. Where could she have hidden my brooch? I've looked everywhere. We can't be hanging around much longer. We've finished writing the new will. You've got Albert's report. We're finished here. I know that. I don't need reminding. Once we've finished searching, we'll get back to Evan and make him sign... Shh! Who knows who's listening? The walls have ears. Nessa and Corvus are still rummaging around in the walk-in closet, but the conversation appears to be over. Corvus wrote a new will? I should see to that. I bet he's got it stored in the satchel of his. Okay. But isn't it always locked? Oh, too far. I remember it being locked. Yeah, it's locked. The key has to be around here somewhere. Pick up pillow. You leave the pillow alone. Look under pillow. You methodically search the bed, under the bed, and even under the pillow. Under the pillow would have been too obvious. The game's telling me I suck. I didn't find it on my first try, but I'm only just getting started. Check behind desk. You don't see anything noteworthy. Look in waste paper basket. You sift through the contents of the waste paper basket. You do not find the satchel key. Not here either. I should keep looking. Check in his shoes.
His shoes.
Yeah. Haven't you ever like been to the beach and put your car keys in your shoes while you go swimming?
No.
It's very standard here. You peer into the shiny, well-maintained shoes. Thanks to the loop, you can read the shoe size, even though it's faded a bit. Blah, 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 blah. It has no hidden objects here. Wait, where is the satchel key? There are only so many places that it could be. Why does it keep... Oh my god, it's gonna tell you everything that you've searched one at a time. You've searched his bed and pillow. You've searched the trash can. You've searched the shoes. Check chair. Examine chair.
I mean, you're not wrong, Wick. You're not wrong.
You don't think the Norwegians do much beach going? They have lots of coast, though.
Yeah, we have lots of coast, but you don't go into the beach to swim in most of them. It's too cold.
It's too cold. That's all of Norway all the time. You carefully examine the chair. You look under the chair and between the cushions where objects may have fallen. There's nothing here. I'm not about to give up. Not until I've performed a thorough search. Do you think this might be a procedurally, like, you check X number of things and then it's in the X plus 1th wherever you check?
Oh. Could very well be so that you can't quite get it on your first try.
You don't find a key. Now I'm satisfied. I don't think it's here. He has to have it on his person. How do I get it? Get his key from him somehow. Well, of course it is, Wick. Why would you keep looking once you found it? So what should we do? I should talk to Nathan and Jack about all of this. Is the only thing. And that feels too much like potentially like the accusing scene that moves us on before we resolve.
That does feel a bit.
Here is Corvus. How do I get the satchel key from him? It must be in one of his pockets. Can I ask him about the button? Actually, well, we just saved anyway. Ask Corvus about button. Does this button mean anything to you? It must have fallen off while I was going for a stroll. It does belong to Corvus. It's time to go inside the smokehouse and see what's happening. No. We already did that game.
It's time to try and steal
pickpocket Corvus.
I wonder how her pickpocketing
You lack the dexterity and temerity to perform that action. How can I get the key from his pockets without theft? By making him so hot that he takes off the jacket? So flirt with Corvus? How dare you touch a thing? I'm looking for my ruby brooch. The one Margit stole. I could help you look for it. Not on your life. You'll just pocket it for yourself. Get out of here. By giving him a hat so he gets hot? How do we steal this key from you, friend? Giving him a blanket? Giving him a sweater? He doesn't have a hat here. Can we open your suitcase? I think it'll still say it's locked. Yeah, it's still locked. How do we make you give us the key? Ask to borrow key? Ask Corvus for key. I shouldn't ask it. He might suspect something. I need to get into
Never.
his pockets without him suspecting anything.
How could he possibly suspect us?
Well, I
We're
don't.
so innocent.
Speaking of innocence, how will we get our hand in Corvus's pocket?
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Gosh. Could we give him a cookie?
You want to give him a cookie?
He might access his pocket when you give him a cookie, because the other guy did.
Hmm.
There are no more
Yeah.
cookies. Ask Corvus to take his jacket off? Maybe.
As a gentleman, he must give you his jacket so that you can safely cross without getting your feet wet.
I would pay that he might give us his jacket if we're cold. Tell Corvus I'm cold. Ask Corvus for jacket. What I know about jackets would probably go over your head. Tell Corvus about cold? You have nothing compelling to say about that. That seemed possible to me. Like, he might be evil, but maybe he's gentlemanly enough whilst being evil that if we went, I'm so cold, that he would give us the jacket that he's wearing that has the pocket in it. Do you have any other ideas, Maury?
Uh, let's see. Did we ever check the curio cabinet after it was broken?
Yes. Because we got fingerprints from it. Ta-da, you see a fingerprint. A pair of antique silver steins is missing. Wait, that's new? What? But we already have the fingerprint.
Yes, but now we're also looking for some some
You've
theft.
already lifted the fingerprint.
Can we ask then Nathan about the Steins?
Oh, God. It's all things that we've missed out on. Ask Corvus about Steins. As with everything, half of what's here belongs to my client. Mr. Richards claims he lost the key to the antique curio, but we believe he was stalling. It won't prevent us from restoring to Miss Crabe her share of the family's assets. Ooh, can we prove that he's stealing and then get the policeman to, like arrest him and give us the key or something? But you want to ask everyone else about these new steins?
Yeah, I think so.
Ask Ethan about Steins. Now that Margot's gone, someone else should know about this. About what? She entrusted the silver wedding steins to me. She wanted me to keep them at my home until Nessa and Corvus had departed. I somewhat understand about Nessa wanting her share. Couldn't one stein go to her and one to Mr. Richards? Evan loves his parents. It was their wish that the Steins not be separated. Nessa knew that too, and so did Margot. Evan is a good man, but he'd cut off his own nose to spite his face, especially when it comes to his sister. Margot knew what Evan was like, so she couldn't ask him to hide the Steins. He would have given Nessa both to placate her, and then the Steins would have been sold off to the highest bidder. It's within Nessa's rights to turn the lodge upside down looking for them. This was her house too, so Margot couldn't ask Jack to hide them here, nor could she effectively hide them herself. Which is why she asked me. And why do you tell me? No, it's because things are now dangerous. Nessa has proved more vindictive than I imagined. In case something happens, someone else should know about them and restore them to their rightful owner once the danger has passed. To return what was once given in good faith, Evan promised that to me. About the lodge and lands, I hope to repay that gesture. I know it can be hard to tell. Evan and I were friends, long-time friends who sometimes are at odds, sometimes kept secrets, but always friends. Help me keep this secret from Evan, who is now dead, until I can return the Steins safely to him. I understand and I won't tell. So we're definitely out of sequencing some things here. We were meant to find out about this
ages ago.
long ago.
Does that mean we can also about the brooch?
Ask him about the brooch?
Ask Nathan, because if Margot gave him the steins that was stolen the same time as the brooch.
He says no. I don't involve myself with Nessa at all, he says after giving us the speech about keeping the Steins away from Nessa.
Okay. Ask about Will?
First, I'm going to do...
Okay, yeah, ask him first. I'll just think of more questions.
If Nessa was a nicer person, I'd say the theft of her brooch was a shame. And then we were going to ask you about the Steins. There's a pair of silver wedding steins that were in the curio cabinet. They're gone now. I don't know where they are, honestly. I don't think they're in the lodge, just a feeling. Okay, now you wanted him about what?
I mean, both of them really about the will.
Will. My father told me that Richards Sr. promised this land would be returned to my family, but wasn't clear on when. I happen to know that Richard Sr. didn't have a will, but Evan does. I have said too much already. Is it a complicated... It is a complicated matter. Ask Jack about will. What can you tell me about the will? We're looking for it now. I don't have much hope that we'll find it, because the Harpy has been through here. What about if we tell the... Do we dob in the Indian man to the police officer? Tell Ranger about Steins. I can't help you look for missing valuables. The lodge is isolated and there are only so many people who could have done it. I think you're right about that. He says, deal with the problem yourself.
Thanks, officer. Thanks.
Tell Ranger about Corvus. You have nothing compelling to say. Tell officer about... No, show Officer Button. Really? Really? No, he's not interested.
Can I have a look through our inventory to see what we're working with as far as tools, please?
Okay. Loop. The diamond, the Toronto Eye newspaper diamond thing. Our notes, the
Mhm.
map of the lodge, the
Mhm.
fingerprint lifting paper, the
Mhm.
mug of salt water without wax.
Oh, could we throw the water at COVID? Not COVID, but oh there,
Corvus.
Corvus. Yes,
Spill water
Corvus.
on Corvus. But then we're losing our salt.
We can get more salt.
Well, maybe. So drinking glass, almonds, compact with soot, our streak plate, our trusty trowel, the river samples, a hammer, a pick, the ice pick, the duck call, the igneous rock from the cliff face, the glacial rock from the big lumpy rock that's near the carport,
Mm-hmm.
fingerprints, fingerprint sample of Jack via the wax
Mm-hmm.
casting that we made of the cookie, the map that had the Sioux Lake, Sioux something that Kimmy wants to visit and was also indicated as being a potential place for something else that I've forgotten. The jar with the flypaper
Mm-hmm.
that was used to get the arsenic water to potentially kill Margot. Her golden hair. The silver key that opens Margot's vanity. The flypaper box. And the button. So you want to try spill salt water on Corvus. Really? Heart racing with audacity. You accidentally spill the salt water. It's a nice that it actually is paying attention to that and
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't just say water. From the blue mug onto Corvus, making sure. Wait, does this also mean we're potentially setting him up? What if we use the fact that he has salt residue on his pants later because we've thrown salt water on him?
Look.
Ooh. Making sure to get his vest and pants soaked. Some of the rock salt doesn't seem to have melted. How strange. You remove the undissolved rocks and we remove the undissolved rocks from his pants and jacket and put them in our pocket. What have you done? You clumsy girl, you've soaked me through and through. I'm so sorry, Mr. Shaw. I'm such a lummox. Fortunately, I've packed a second set of clothes, and it looks very much the same as this, so I don't need more sprites. Hurry up and change. You need to help me find the brooch. Get back quickly. All right, excuse me, ladies. He exits the room to change his clothes, not knowing what to do. You stand awkwardly and wait for him to return. All the while, Nessa continues to go through the things. He returns, clad in an identical vest and trousers. You see, it's like this didn't even happen. But do keep away from me. I don't have another fresh set of clothes. I'm so sorry. Just stay out of the way. I will. Then he walks around me. And something has been added to our notebook. We dissolved the rock salt in water, have a salt sample to take to the museum for analysis. Well, now we don't because it's spilled all over Corvus. Search his wet clothes in his bedroom for the key. Okay, but first we need to remake our rock salt sample.
Can we look? No, but can we look at the salt that we picked up?
Maybe.
That didn't resolve?
Bizarrely, some of the crystals you've got from the bag of rock salt didn't dissolve in the water. The tiny colorless minerals from the salt sample aren't salt, and as they didn't dissolve in the water. They look like octahedrons, but they're a little too small for me to examine properly with my loupe. I'll need to take them back to the museum to examine them under a microscope. Go pick up new salt, in case we need it to be salt water. Come on, let me out of the room. Actually, does that mean I could have salt and salt water and salt that has been removed from the salt water?
Probably. Probably.
We have new salt, so we're happy with that. It was check the room for the key.
Yes.
Check vest. Look in vest. His clothes are finely tailored and kept immaculately clean. The vest and trousers are decidedly damp, and you feel a twinge of guilt. One of the buttons is missing! I've investigated all that I can. It's time to go inside the smokehouse and see what's happening there. The guilt is somewhat assuaged by the gratification that you feel. Finding the key to the satchel that is in his left vest pocket. How could a man be guilty if he's wearing a stylish vest? Open satchel. It's locked. Unlock satchel. What? Oh, it's another one of these. You've looked at the key, but you didn't pick up key.
Didn't pick it up.
God. You reach into the vest and take the key. I'll just borrow it for a little bit. Open satchel. It's locked. Unlock satchel. Open satchel. Look in satchel. You examine the contents of the satchel. Aside from pens and a few personal items, there are 2 documents that draw your eye. There's the mineralogy report, signed by Albert, and there is also a will. Uh-oh. Take will. You remove the will! I'll just shift some papers around to make it look less obvious that anything... We're doing so much... Examine will. The last will and testament details what should happen to Evan Richards' property and possessions upon his death. It says that everything goes to Nessa, a surprise considering their strained relationship. Your eyebrows raise as you reach the end. It's been signed by Corvus Shaw with Nessa Crabbe signing as a witness. There is a blank line under which it is written Evan Ricketts. It appears that Evan has yet to sign the document. The entirety of the will appears to be in Corvus's handwriting. It seems so fishy to me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Recovered will from the satchel. Is that all?
Well, I guess we can ask the guys downstairs about that.
Take the mineralogy report?
Ooh, there's a mineralogy report?
How did you spell it?
Just report, I would assume, would be enough.
Mineralogical report. Take report. Yes! Hopefully he won't notice it's missing. Examine report. After carefully studying the report, You're surprised to conclude that despite the gorgeous penmanship and Albert Resper's florid signature, that it is extremely poorly written. It's nonsense. It reads like Albert inserted mineralogical words at random without knowing their meanings, and is trying to hide this fact with fancy language. Even still, I have a hard time believing that this report was written by a mineralogical expert. The fine paper and fancy seal might fool a casual observer or a harried government official eager to rubber stamp stacks of paperwork. The report does conclude that the land on which it was built is rich in diamonds. Interesting. I should ask Nathan about the report. He should be familiar with the geology of the area. Now, real question. Do we put the stuff back before we leave?
No, we take it with us.
We're gonna thieve everything?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mr. Richards might be in danger. He's dead. It's worse than that. He's dead. I think some discretion is in order. You close the satchel.
He's not dead.
Yes, he is. Evan's dead.
No.
Well,
Where'd
we
you
don't
get
know that
Evan's
he's
dead from?
alive. We don't know that he's alive. He's been...
We do.
No. If they've taken him
We
to the...
we just overheard Nessa and I keep wanting to call him COVID now. Corvus
What?
to say that they had to bring the will back for him to sign.
I assumed that they meant Corvus was going to fake the signature. I didn't...
No.
I didn't take that to mean Evan. Okay, so we had a very different reading. And g'day, Baron.
Hello,
Take
Baron.
everything that's nailed down. We are named Nancy, after all.
Mm-hmm.
So what? We were told to speak to Nathan about the will. Show Nathan will. I'm sorry? Okay. Tell Nathan about will. I found an interesting document in Corvus's room. What do you think about it? Let's see. You show them the will. What can you tell me about it? Jack's face goes pale. Nathan's eyes widen. Let me see it. Their eyes travel further down the page and rest upon the very bottom, where Nessa and Corvus have signed their names. His eyes narrow. Nathan's mouth sets into a grim line. I see. Where are those shysters? I saw them upstairs, in the closet. Let us be excused for a moment, then.
I wanted to ask you about reports.
We can't ask you about the mineralogy report. You hear Nathan and Jack's heavy footsteps as they hurry down the hallway and up the stairs. They aren't gone before long, before you hear them returning. They're gone. It looks like they left in a hurry. The closet was a shambles. I wonder where they're going. They're looking for her brooch. Margot took it. I'm not surprised. You're not? No, she liberated some valuable silver heirlooms from the curio cabinet in the bedroom you were sharing with Kimmy. And you knew about it? Nathan sighs. Yes. She was afraid Nessa would try to split up the silver wedding steins, claiming her share. Or steal them both. So, Margot took the silver heirlooms and asked me to take care of them until... Yeah, we already know this. She didn't get a chance to tell me that before she died. She didn't give me any ruby brooch, though. She must have hidden it somewhere. I remember Margot saying something about concealing the ruby brooch in her walk-in closet. Nessa was on the right track. I wonder if she found it. We need to keep looking for Evan's will. Let's hope he has one. Let us hope. Now we can show them the mineralogy report. Tell Nathan about report. I have this mineralogical report that Albert wrote. What do you think of it? Boop. Nathan looks shocked. May I see it? Where did you get this? You hand him the report. He scrutinizes it. He looks upset. Can I keep this? I'm afraid not. There are awfully strange things going on around here, and this is part of it. After reading it, I have my doubts that he's a qualified mineralogist, although the kit was legitimately high quality for his role. Not to mention the fieldwork he conducted seemed focused on a single irrelevant specimen and nothing else. Something weird is going on around here. I will be
Okay.
keeping this report, at least until I figure out what's going on. He returns the report to you. Very well,
I'm just
I'll
gonna
have to
say.
trust you. You can, I
I'm just gonna say
promise.
one thing.
Can we finish the convo?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, I
Excuse
thought it
me.
was done.
I
It
need
was like.
to keep looking for Evan's will. It's vitally important that we find it. There we go. Go, Maury.
Okay. If it proves that the kit that he used was the one stolen from us, and we didn't recognize that it was our own kit, that's just beyond.
He put it in a slightly different box. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Isn't
Review.
surprising.
I should talk to Nathan and Jack about this. About the smokehouse? Is I think what they want? Because that's been saying that ever since we completed the smokehouse.
Mm-hmm.
So tell Nathan about Symbol? No. Ask Nathan about Symbol. That's my fault. It means Raspberry Cave. Could it be the Garnet Mines? Ask Nathan about Garnet Mines? Settlers mined these lands before. They mined garnets that they crushed into an abrasive powder. Once it became unprofitable, they left. 30 years ago. We've worked hard to erase the vestiges of the mines and restore the wilderness to its natural shape. Still, the area is a dangerous place and best to be avoided. Tell Nathan about Garnet Mine? We have nothing compelling to say. Well, what about you? We have nothing compelling to say. Maybe we need to use that Ask Lodge inhabitants about Halungrota. Tell oh god, I'm not going to be able to spell that. Yeah. Halongrota. Okay. Ask Jack about Halongrota. I've baked cookies recently. He eats tons of them and keeps them in his pockets. They're called thumbprint cookies in English, but they're called Halongrota in Swedish. What does it mean? Raspberry Cave. Maybe we have to ask about Raspberry Cave? Ask about Garnet Mine? Those were before my time. Really? You're under 30? I am shocked. I don't know where the garnet mines are, so don't bother asking. They're a dangerous place, so stay away. And then he says the same spiel as before. So that apparently isn't it.
Okay. I missed the spelling of the Raspberry Jam Cave. I was like, that sounds weird. I don't recognize that word at all from just hearing you say it. And then now I see the spelling, and it's like, yeah. Now I see why I couldn't recognize it.
It's Holongrota instead of like Grotta instead of.
Yes, because grotta is cave and halon is raspberry.
You see, I see how long, the word long,
Yeah,
and rotta.
yeah, and that's why I just that doesn't sound Swedish at all. And I was like, okay, you're including the G in the wrong
You
part
have to
of the
put the
word. Makes sense
emphasis
now.
on all the right syllables, else it's very hard to understand. I'm
But why
murdering.
can't I understand the Swedish words?
Okay. What am I meant to tell them about? Because that's what it keeps. I should talk to them about this. Tell Nathan about Smoke Room.
Yes, a lot. The Swedes went with a bit of different word choice when it came to raspberries.
Abduction? Like, I know what I want to do. I want to say, we think he's been taken. Tell Nathan about Evan. I'm sure he is looking forward to being left alone again. Oh, God. Ask Nathan about Symbol. But that just tells me the Garnet mines.
Anything more on the list further down?
Evan has possibly been taken to the Garnet mines. Search his satchel. Search his bedroom for a key for his satchel. I searched his bed and pillow. Search the trash can. Search that, search that, search. Got his satchel key. Found the satchel key. Unlocked the satchel. Got the will. I suppose I haven't shown you the report necessarily. You have nothing compelling to say about it. Well, what if we go show the policeman these things? Ranger. You have nothing compelling to say. Okay, what about the report? Tell Ranger about Garnet mines. We have nothing compelling to say. That the missing person is probably there.
No. Because we as a young woman must solve this case on our own and prove our mettle.
I can go with the men would just say, what do you know? It's all over your head. What do you know about Garnet mines?
Yeah.
Can I tell you about the
we
button?
did say that we were gonna look for the brooch, though.
Tell Ranger about button. Nah, he's not compelled. So what, you want to go back in here and look for the brooch?
It did say in the notebook, find the brooch.
Okay. Find brooch. This achieves little. Look for brooch. You don't see anything noteworthy.
Was it in the room they were looking for?
The boudoir transports you know this is the same. The perfumes, this is the same. This is the same. So what, you think it's in this room rather than that one? Margot told me that Nessa's ruby brooch was hidden here somewhere. She tore the room apart looking for it. I wonder if it's still here. It's in disarray. Shoes are scattered on the floor. Clothes have been pulled from their hangers. Examine mirror. It would not benefit from closer examination. Examine chair. Examine seat. Look at seat. The hat? Look at hat. The hat makes you envious. The colors and styles are the latest you've seen in shop windows in downtown Toronto. You see a yellow hat, a green hat, a blue hat, and a teal hat. A couple of the hats look like they've been hurriedly inspected by NASA, judging from their askew appearance. Look at blue hat. It is decorated with a red silk rose. Examine blue hat. The red silk rose on the blue hat is exquisite. The stitching is minute and even. You can see why Nessa didn't bother examining all the hats. They're up high and hard to reach, and the mannequin heads are surprisingly solid and heavy, leaving not hollow, leaving no room for hidden items. Really? So I can't examine the others? Examine cyan hat. The hat isn't faded at all. The underside of the brim is the same gorgeous hue. The mannequin heads are made of painted hardwood. The brooch couldn't be stuck into them to conceal it. Shaking the head is all that would be required to check if the brooch was balanced under one of the hats. Examine green hat.
I hope that doesn't mean that we actually have to shake all the hats.
The green hat is a lot like yours, except newer and made of better fabric. Your arms are starting to ache from straining them to the limits to reach all of the hats. You wonder if your efforts will prove fruitful. You're starting to doubt it. This could be like the other room where you have to inspect, examine yellow hat. You take a close look at the yellow hat, admiring the quality workmanship. Maybe one day you too will own a hat as fine as this. With a grunt of effort, you wrest the last mannequin head down from the shelf and examine it closely. Pinned to the inside of the last hat, you find Nessa's ruby brooch. Margot had cleverly concealed the pinned part of the brooch between the hat and the band. You carefully unpin the ruby brooch from the hat before returning. That is cool that they've done the you have to check all of them and it is literally the last one you check. If it's like that and we just didn't get absurdly unlucky that yellow was last. You carefully...
I don't think so, considering that the dialogue was, it's
yeah,
the last
I don't think
one
so
and
either.
restrained.
I agree as well, but... you put the hat back. I'm glad I found it. What do I do with it? I guess I'd better find Nessa and give it back. I'm sorry, what?
How about we dust the heck out of it first?
Oh, dust brooch. You are shocked to discover not one but two clear fingerprints. Lift fingerprints from brooch. You carefully apply the tape to the two fingerprints on the ruby brooch. Compare fingerprints. Upon closer examination of the fingerprints you've obtained from the drinking glass, you conclude it is Evan's fingerprint. You've revealed two fingerprints from the fragments of the crystal decanter. One belongs to Evan, the other to Nessa. The fingerprints from the glass jar belong to Nessa. I don't want that. I want to know what are the fingerprints on the brooch. Oi!
Examine brooch, perhaps?
Compare fingerprints. Tell me about the... Nah. Examine brooch. You admire the rich, much coveted pigeon blood, deep red hue of the ruby mounted in the brooch. Thanks to your loupe, you detect faint rutile inclusions. But the gem is eye clean. That means the inclusions aren't visible to the naked eye. The inclusions are also called silk. You've revealed 2 clean fingerprints on the ruby. Cabochon? I have never seen that word. Cabochon. A gemstone that has been shaped and polished as opposed to faceted. You compare them to the fingerprints you've obtained from everyone in the lodge. One of them belongs to Margot, which comes as no surprise, as she had attempted to steal the brooch. The other belongs to Jack? I should ask him about this.
Could I just ask you to do one more thing?
Yeah.
Just because I'm curious. Can you rub the brooch on the plate?
Yeah. You want to see if it is actually a ruby. Rub a brooch on, what was it called? Sample plate?
I think plate was enough, but I can't remember.
While you're reluctant to potentially damage Nessa's ruby brooch with a streak test, you reason that if it is indeed a ruby, it couldn't be damaged at all. Rubies are harder than unglazed porcelain. They would scratch the streak plate, not the other way around. I'll try it in an inconspicuous place. You perform the streak test as carefully as you can, though with this procedure a rather firm hand is required. The brooch easily scratches the streak plate. Whew! I guess it is a ruby after all. When a specimen is harder than a streak plate, this has a Mohs hardness of 7, it is said to no streak or a colourless streak. Rubies have a Mohs hardness of 9, stronger than the streak plate. The only thing harder is diamond, which has a Mohs hardness of 10. The rutile inclusions that I've examined on the stone are characteristic of rubies as well. So we have evidence that it wasn't like she replaced it with a fake one.
Yeah. So then the only other thing I can think about is confronting the Albert with his report.
Okay.
I'm just slightly concerned that this seems more to me like the thing that will trigger the next thing.
Then going in the
Well,
then talking to the boys about whatever they
talking
want.
to the boys.
Which
yes.
we don't. I can't work out what they want. What do they want?
I don't know
either,
but I feel like talking to them is what's gonna trigger something.
So show Albert report, or talk to Albert about.
There is Wick. You could easily miss something.
Yeah, Wick, and it looks like we did miss some things already. That you won't get you won't have all the evidence for all of the things that are going on. This very much seems like Laura Bow 2, Wick, if you've watched Laura Bow 2, where I suspect at the end there's going to be a like, who did what, when, and where, and why, and what evidence do you have to support it? So if you've missed out on conversations, you won't necessarily know everyone's motivations and what they've done and where they've done and when they've done it and why, and you won't necessarily have found all of the material bits of evidence to support making deductions based around that. And in the case of at least Laura Bow 2, if you get them wrong, then at the end of the game just says, you've done a shitty job, do better. Like, it is absolutely savage about, yes, you've gotten to the end of the game, but you didn't actually be a good detective, and you don't have evidence to back up all of the things that you're claiming. I suspect it's going to be like that. Do you agree, Maury?
Yeah.
So where were we? Talk to Albert about report. Ask Albert about report. It looks a bit like you're working on 2 copies of a report. He glares at you a moment before speaking. It is standard procedure. I submit copy and retain the other. I see. Thank you for clearing that up. Now leave me alone. The report that I've finished, and that I'm supposedly working on a copy of, even though the copy should be changed in no way from the original. Hmm.
Hmm.
Do you want me to do anything else with the report? To him?
Oh. I
Show him the report?
No, I think we're just gonna
No.
have to move on, I guess. Hmm.
Show them the brooch. Show Nathan brooch. Really? We have nothing compelling to say. Give Nathan brooch? No, thank you. We were going to ask Jack about fingerprints. I don't know anything about that. Okay, we'll try just brooch. Oops. I found the ruby brooch. Well, how would you like that? You're getting good at finding things, Nancy. Would you know what else I found, though, Jack? Your fingerprints on the brooch. Can you tell me why I'd find them there? Okay, I helped her hide the brooch. It was the least I could do, seeing as Nessa probably killed her. Nessa probably murdered Margot, right? Or at least poisoned her. That's what you figure, right? That's what I think. Margot was telling me that Nessa had it out for her. She didn't tell me why, though. It was easy to see, wasn't it? Nessa thought Margot would get the lodge and land instead of her. So yes, when Margot came to me to help her hide the brooch, I did just that. I couldn't hide it in my room because Albert is using it. I couldn't hide it in the room that I'm sharing with Corvus either. It's too risky. Cheers, Thief's Day. So I hid the brooch in Margot's giant closet, reached up high into her hats, and pinned inside one of them. Margot couldn't have reached up there, and she was even shorter than you. We're going to sell it and use the money to help with the lodge's upkeep. Nessa could at least indirectly help fund that. Something she should have done anyway. But now Margot is dead, Evan has disappeared, and Nessa and Corvus are off to who knows where. Things are coming apart. I don't see much point in anything anymore. You keep it. You've found it after all. Fair and square. Pay your way through school or something. Make something good come of all of this. Okay, I'll hold on to it for now. Find the brooch. We found the brooch. Revealed fingerprints. Jack's fingerprint. Ask him about it. We've verified the ruby brooch is Nessa's. He admitted that he helped hide it.
Mm-hmm.
I still need to talk to Jack and Nathan about something.
Should we just do the rounds of the house?
Sorry, you want to check all the doors for conversations?
Just see if anything's changed. Have we missed anything?
So, like, re-look in every room. A billiard table. No, that's the same. That's the same.
I don't think we need necessarily look, but just check it. Nothing seems to have happened here.
No, this seems the same. That looks the same.
Mm-hmm.
There maybe used to be paint buckets here?
No, that's upstairs. But was that cabinet open?
This.
I don't remember that being open.
There is nothing in the cupboard.
Okay.
No, we did that one. This is the stairs. No. Where have the almonds gone? Really? That's somehow mission critical?
Doubtful, but enough of these small things.
A handful of almonds. Colourful, unpalatable, and harder than most rocks you've studied. No, they're still there. It's just maybe there's less of them. This seems the same.
Mm-hmm.
Check the trunks. They're both still locked. The paint is still here. Can I show him the brooch? You have nothing compelling to say about the brooch.
Mm.
No, that seems the same. The clothes
Seems the
are
same.
seemingly the same. Kimmy is asleep. Kimmy is here and the glass is still shattered.
Mm-hmm.
No, that seems the same. This trunk might be open. It's locked. No, it's still smelly. And that's it. We already looked through here to find the brooch. Oh. It doesn't say anything about the hats anymore. That's slightly different.
Mm.
But that's it. I think that's all of the things except for the outside.
Oh well, you skipped some bits.
What didn't I check? This?
You skipped Albert's room and whatever across from Albert's room.
Oh, his. Yes. Can I assist
I
you
mean,
with
we
your
were
field
just there,
report?
but...
I'm too busy to do anything. He's got the drinking glass that we tricked him into drinking the salt water for the cookie for his thumbprint. And Albert is here, unless we're going to try and open the trunks while he's in the room. Get away from my luggage. And Nessa's room, which... Nope, It's still locked. There's... Nothing in the waste paper basket. Examine painting? No. Okay, I will risk the... Oh, have I reached the maximum number of saves?
Oh dear.
There's a maximum number of saves. No, I want to delete from the bottom up game. That's a bit frustrating and counter, like, anti-user. That whenever you delete one, it brings you back up to the top of the list.
Mm-hmm.
I should talk to Jack and Nathan about all of this.
If you just say talk to Nathan, what happens?
Talk to Jack. Oh my. You breathlessly tell Nathan and Jack your theory about what has happened, ending with your belief that Mr. Richards was taken to the Garnet Mines.
Oh.
Yeah, it should definitely trigger if we try and tell them about Garnet Mines or ask them about the Garnet Mines. You think he was taken to the Garnet Mines? Those have been sealed shut for decades. It makes them the perfect place to hide someone. Uh-oh, we should drive out there and check just in case. I agree, we'll take some time to prep the automobile to the carriage house. I'll meet you there. I'm going to fetch Ranger Murdoch. Stay put here in the lodge, in case Mr. Richards comes back. I don't know that I like not going with them. Well, I'm certainly not going to just wait around here. I will convince them to take me with them. They need all the help that they can get. But before I head out, should I check in with the other people in the lodge?
Yes, we should. If the game tells you that, then it's definitely make sure you've checked on everything.
And then the review says maybe I should go look at Albert's room. He stored some of his things in the blue trunk. I wonder if anything was left behind. Okay, so trunk first or Albert?
Albert.
What's happened? Albert's room is a mess. Clothes are hanging haphazardly in the wardrobe. The waste paper basket is stuffed full of paper. And all of his luggage is gone.
Suspicious.
Examine waste paper basket. You can see some crumpled papers. They don't appear to have anything written on them. There is a strip of telegraph tape lying just outside of the waste paper basket on the floor. Pick up telegraph tape. You pick up the strip of telegraph paper. Examine telegraph paper or tape. The telegraph tape reads as follows. Carl L. Proceed to Sue Locks with package. Deliver package by 3 a.m. Await further instructions. Well done in crimson. Well done in crimson? What could that mean? Who on earth is Carl L? A note has been added to our notebook.
Could we dust it for fingerprints?
Albert to Sue Locks, who is Carl L, and investigate the blue trunk upstairs. You want to dust the telegraph tape? No. Tape is non-functional.
Okay, great.
Open drawers.
Search. Yeah, sir.
Look in drawers. Because he's always been in here going, you can't look in here. Cigar butt, okay. Open drawer. Look in drawer. Nope, they're
Can you
empty.
take the cigar butt?
Yeah, sure. We can.
Can you
Can we-
examine it?
One of his cigar butts. He's stubbed it onto the inside of the desk drawer. Now, the coat of arms on the label of the cigar butt indicates that it is Belgian in make. The head of the cigar appears to have some oily smudges. But now you take a closer look, you can catch a whiff of its aroma. I've smelled this type of cigar before, and not just in the lodge. Albert's cigar butt smells familiar.
Dust it for fingerprints?
It's not quite as bad as dusting the almond cases.
That's the thing. After the almond cases, I just dust everything.
Yup. After a generous application of soot, however, there are only now sooty, oily smudges. It looks like the fingerprints got smeared as the butt was being twisted to put inside of the drawer. I'm glad I tried, though.
Mm-hmm. What's that thing like kind of poking underneath the bed? Like the little orange thing at the end there. Is there slippers?
It looks
or
like
is
there's something under there. A cylinder wrapped in red paper is partially concealed. I wonder what it could be. So do I. Why don't you tell us?
Can you take it?
Take red cylinder. You reach down to retrieve the red cylinder. Uh-oh. I think it's a stick of dynamite. Looking at it makes you sweat. It is not a standard piece of mineralogical equipment. Examine dynamite. It wouldn't make you feel any better to examine it more closely. In fact, it would do quite the opposite.
Do you need to dust it?
Dust the dynamite?
You laugh, but...
The paper casing on the dynamite has some faint oily marks, but its surface is too absorbent for clear fingerprints. It was worth a try. These days, yes, Wick, but they don't have, they didn't have... what's the word for georadar? But basically it's sonar through rocks. They didn't have sonar through rocks, in those days. Albert stored some of his things in the blue trunk in the upstairs closet. I wonder if anything was left behind.
I wanted to check his clothes.
Sorry. Inspect clothes. Examine clothes.
Mm-hmm.
You methodically check all the pockets in the garments that he left behind. In the final jacket pocket, you find a train ticket. Examine ticket. The ticket is still in the jacket. Oh my god. Take ticket. Examine ticket.
We're gonna end up losing because we looked at something and assumed we took it, aren't we?
Probably. You peer more closely. Well, I don't know that we'll lose. We'll probably just get the, like, you're only somewhat good instead of the you have fully solved it answer. You peer more closely at the train's stub. This stub is from Albert's journey up to Crimson, but it's for a ride in coach, the same as me and Kimmy. He said he was in the first class car. He lied to us! I didn't see him on our car. Did he conceal himself? And I remember the smell of cigar smoke. It smelled exactly like this cigar. Uh-oh. Thankfully, I've got my field kit in the luggage rack. Do you see the old leather brute suitcase? Yes. And what does the field kit contain? All sorts of things for field work. Hardness picks. They're the most important tool for my work. They have tips of different hardness, ranging from 2 to 9 on the scale. The Mohs hardness scale. The hardness pick with the number 9 tip is indispensable. It will scratch just about anything except for diamonds. I'm so glad I have these tools with me, otherwise I'd be up a creek without a paddle. Good luck with your work. I can't wait to get started. You chat for a bit longer and then doze off. And then when you wake up again, everything is gone. Oh wow, we
So I was right.
get a time lapse. So everyone else is slowly leaving the train and all their bags go away. And it's only the man behind us. Who looks around, checks no one's looking, and leaves with only our suitcase, not his own. Oh, because other people are still in the dining car for some reason, even though they've all left the main car.
Mm-hmm.
And then he throws the suitcase away. And then he is moustache-twirlingly evil and lights a cigar.
Ah.
It was Albert! He was in the train car after all! I remember the smell of the cigars, the ones he's been smoking in the lodge, and he got rid of my field kit to obstruct my investigation. He stored some of his things in the blue trunk. We could go look.
Yeah.
Oh, is there more
Now
you
I'm
want
happy to go look. No. Happy.
to open door? Oh.
Because we checked his clothes, we checked the desk, we checked the weight.
Even though we were here slightly before this, and everything was full, and everyone's currently left the house, except us.
Mm-hmm.
How has the trunk magically emptied itself whilst we were in the room across the hall while everyone's not here? The big blue trunk lid is up and the padlock is hanging open. I wonder what was stored in here. Look in trunk. You peer into the trunk, deep into the darkness peering, long you stand there wondering, fearing. There are some old threadbare linens lining the interior and obscuring the trunk's bottom. But by methodically feeling around, you discover a bullet and a blasting cap. My father was in construction. I know a blasting cap when I see one. Why would Albert put these in here? Jack let Albert store his things in this trunk. He wanted to lock this all away. The same as how he demanded to stay in Jack's room, the only bedroom with a lock. It seems like Albert was concerned about keeping his secrets. And he was armed? Uh-oh. He was carrying dynamite. It was wise of him to store the dynamite and blasting caps separately. He seemed to know more about demolition than mineralogy. So he's truly evil because he hurt a train line. I think I'm getting the picture
now pick
here.
up everything.
Albert isn't who he says he is. I believe he's headed to the Sioux Locks to sabotage them with explosives. I found a bullet and blasting caps. Albert is probably armed, and is fairly well acquainted with how to use explosives, seeing as he knew to store the dynamite and blasting caps separately. This doesn't bode well. And I think he tossed my luggage out of the train to eliminate my field kit so I couldn't interfere with his sham fieldwork. He was in the train car with me, and Kimmy, his train ticket stub, proves it, and I do remember the smell of his cigars. I need to head to the carriage house and tell Jack Nathan and Ranger Murdoch. But you want us to go back in and grab everything.
I want you to grab everything from that trunk.
Pick up
we
bullets. Examine bullet. You examine the bullet. You don't know enough about bullets to glean anything else. Dust a bullet?
Does it?
No, the soot slips off. It was a good thought, though.
Okay.
Take blasting cap? You take the blasting cap. Examine blasting cap. The maker's mark is imprinted on the tin. You recognize the brand, as one is commonly used in Toronto. My father was in construction. I know what these look like. Kids would sometimes play with them. Not me, but other kids. It's likely Albert purchased the blasting caps in Canada. They tend not to get shipped overseas because they're hazardous material. Though it's hard to tell with the design printed on the lid. You think you can see an oily smudge.
So then we can dust it?
No, the oily smudge is to indicate things that he has definitely touched.
Okay.
Because there's the oily smudges on the cigar that is his. There's oily smudges on the paper in the room that is his. It's like these are things he has touched. But you want to try dust.
What else is here?
I don't think it will. No, you've revealed a fingerprint. I am surprised. Compare.
Examine just. I think examine is fine.
You've revealed the fingerprint on the tin of the blasting caps. My father was in construction, so I know what these look like. Kids would know. Same thing. You check that it's Albert's. They're not standard mineralogical equipment. You've revealed 2 clear fingerprints on the ruby. No, we already did that. Yes, yes. One is Jack's. Lift fingerprint from blasting cap. It seems unlikely that we'll need this when the blasting cap is in our inventory, but I can already submit it as it is. I do not need to lift the fingerprint.
Fine. Let's see what else. There was nothing else in the chest except linens, and then that's the padlock on the chest.
Look in chest. We can look again. You find nothing else of interest, and you want to look at the lock?
Padlock, yes.
He didn't close the padlock again. Examine. Lock.
Take it.
No, it's not a... I don't think it's that kind of lock, but maybe.
Don't think so?
It's still in very good condition. It appears to have spent most of its life in this trunk. I see an oily spot on the padlock. So what, you think we can take it?
I think we can take it.
We can? Okay, I thought it was like built into the chest. Then we could dust the padlock.
See, for me, a padlock is never attached to something. Then it's a lock, not a padlock.
Yeah, but sometimes it's used the slightly wrong word for...
That is true. That is true.
Like, I can totally accept that, yes, a padlock is normally something that you can move around, not attached to a trunk. The soot clings to a fingerprint on the surface of the padlock. Lift fingerprint from...
Assuming you're gonna get the same thing that we have it in our inventory, so it doesn't count.
Compare fingerprint. Blasting cap. The fingerprints from the padlocks is Albert. I suppose it verifies he did store his belongings in this trunk. I remember during my second dinner here, Mr. Richards inviting him to store his things here. You've revealed 2 clear fingerprints. No, that's the same. One belongs to Jack. And our thing now has... He's headed to the Sioux Locks. He's an expert saboteur and probably armed. He found a fingerprint on the tin of the We found a fingerprint on the tin of the blasting caps. Albert's fingerprint on the tin of the blasting caps. Albert's fingerprint was found on the padlock. Okay. Check that. Jack has set up the spare room as a makeshift bedroom for Ranger Murdoch. Check bed. Nope. Look at bed. Look at chair. Look at sofa. Ooh. That one works. It's a pale blue love seat, upholstered with a simple floral print, but it makes no comment about how it's currently being used
No.
as a bed.
Is Kimmy still sleeping?
Kimmy still... She can't be guilty because she's sleeping through the final scene?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Do you want to examine Kimmy?
No.
That would not
Dust
benefit from
Kimmy.
Dust Kimmy. The action yields no benefit.
Hmm.
Taste Kimmy?
Dubious?
Your nose doesn't notice anything of note. Kimmy doesn't look very appetizing. Does that mean we could eat the meat in the smoke room?
I'm unsure.
No, the meat doesn't look appetizing.
Mm-hmm.
What about fish? No. What about the salt? Mmm, salty. And she looks so happy when she says it.
So she will lick like the pure salt, but she was refusing to drink that cup of salt water.
Yes. That was too salty. Pure salt is less salty. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I can't leave yet. I haven't accomplished my goals. Isn't...
Carriage house, I think? You're supposed to go to?
Ah. Oh! What's this? The double doors have been thrown wide open. You can see Ranger Murdoch and Jack inside the carriage house. They look nonplussed. What's going on? The automobile is gone. I can see that. Someone must have picked the lock on the driver's side door and made off with it. But you could just step over the door. I think Albert's stolen the automobile. You hear a rumbling. Is that thunder? That's Nathan. He went and got his own automobile. Tell me what you know on the way. Time's a wasting. Let's go. All right. It's going to be a bit of a tight squeeze and a bumpy ride. It's actually Evan's father's old car. I've managed to keep it running reasonably well, though the shocks are quite stiff. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it, Nancy. Just hang on tight. You all pile into Nathan's automobile and head for the mine. Mr. Cardinal, I'm sorry we couldn't meet under better circumstances. I understand your reluctance to be involved with the authorities. It's entirely justified. Evan is in danger. I'll help my friend. We can figure out the rest later. I will safeguard you from any consequences from going off reservation, I promise. Let's deal with that later. I think Albert's stolen the automobile. You do? What makes you think so? His luggage is gone. His room is a mess. It looks like he left it in a hurry. He had so much luggage, and Jack said that it was very heavy. It sure was. There's no way he could have handled all of the luggage himself, unless he took the automobile. I think he's driving it to the Sioux Locks to bomb it. I stumbled upon a confrontation between Albert and Kimmy. He was furious with her. It was such a bewildering encounter. Kimmy had a map of the Sioux Locks circled. I think it has something to do with Albert leaving so suddenly. He must have thought she was onto his sabotage plan, but Kimmy told me she was only interested in visiting as a tourist for the birds. He's not a Belgian mineralogist, he's a German spy! And his name might actually be Carl L. Carl L? Where did you hear that name? I found this telegraph tape and a stick of dynamite in Carl's room. And I found a bullet and a blasting cap So this is if you didn't have them. If you didn't find those things, this text box won't appear. In the blue trunk when he was storing some of his things. I think he's highly knowledgeable about explosives, armed and dangerous. A fantastic detective work, Nancy. I need to notify the appropriate authorities and follow up on this imminent threat. Also, Albert's got a gun. He's been storing bullets in the blue trunk, and he's knowledgeable with explosives. Was he storing the blasting? He was storing the blasting caps and dynamite separately. I think you're dealing with a professional saboteur, one that is armed and dangerous. Got it. I'll keep all of that in mind when we confront him. Thank you. Please be careful. I will. I'll tell you how it goes when we meet again. Mr. Cardinal, could you please drop me off at the train station? I can send an urgent telegram for reinforcements. We have rangers at the Sulocks. We'll have rangers at the Sulocks as soon as possible. Of course, but first to the Garnet mines. They're closer. A good idea. Telegrams travel far faster than an automobile. Albert will take some hours to arrive at his destination. So now we have the confrontation with Nessa. Nathan stops his auto... Sorry, please go.
So do you think that if we hadn't found everything and just sent him off with partial information, he would have died because he wasn't aware that he would be armed and dangerous and how capable he was?
And maybe not called in reinforcements, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Nathan stops his automobile as close to the Garnet mine as he dares. The ground is rugged, and any roads leading to and from the area have fallen into disrepair a great many years ago. A bit of stealth is imperative as well. It wouldn't do for Nessa or Corvus to be alerted by our presence. The consequences for Evan could be dire. You and Jack watch Nathan turn the automobile around and head for the distant train station. It's all up to you now. Chapter 5 complete. Achievement unlocked. Kudos on your thorough investigative technique. See, it's giving us the we're doing a good job, Maury. I don't think you need to be too worried. The mine entrance has been blasted shut. This can't be where Nessa and Corvus took Evan. Oh no, my theory is wrong. Nancy, wait a minute. This is the closest entrance, and they were on foot. Not to mention, this is fresh rubble. Most likely they did use the entrance, but it collapsed after them. Abandoned mines are dangerous places. We'll have to be careful. Chapter 6, Confrontations. How are we going to get in? I don't know, but I'm going to grab the shovel and start digging. Really? You're literally looking at a mountainside. Like, he starts...
And we have dynamite.
Jack starts digging at the rubble. I have to help him with this. Use blasting cap?
Yes.
Well, let's look around first. The abandoned Garnet mine looks stark and desolate in the moonlight. Debris and forgotten equipment litter the area. There is rubble completely obstructing the entrance. The rubble does look fresh. It could be that they did enter the mine from here. Jack is here. Talk to Jack about dynamite? Ask Jack about dynamite. Can be scary unless you're extremely incautious. It's unlikely to explode on its own. Blasting caps are needed to set it off. You have to stick them right in the end. Not to mention, a charge from a plunger detonator needs to be sent to the cap through a detonating cord. That being said, I wouldn't be all that comfortable walking around with a stick of dynamite in my pocket. Do we have to start rubbing items in our... Do we have to rub a dynamite cap on? But then we're going to use our evidence up if we do that.
It's fine.
But our evidence, Maury. And it wouldn't...
Look,
it wouldn't let us lift a fingerprint from it. Lift fingerprint
it's either that,
from blasting cap.
either we use the dynamite to save a man's life, or we dig with our tiny, tiny shovel.
I can submit it to the authorities as is. There's no need for a fingerprint. We must not use it. It has to be conserved.
We must use.
Use. No, what is it? Shovel. What's it called? Shovel.
No.
debris.
No.
No. Okay, we'll make a save.
We're conflicted, so let's make a save and then we can see if it makes a difference.
Well, it might be that if we try and shovel it, like, takes too long or something.
Uh-huh.
But it might also be that if you use the dynamite, it, like, explodes everything. And it makes the whole mine collapse and the people we're trying to chase get smushed. Like... Okay. Which one do you want to do first? Yours or mine?
I just want to blow it up, honestly, but...
Okay, so what do you think we need to do for that?
I think we need to pick up probably the wire that's over there.
I wonder if I can figure out a faster way to clear the rubble. The developer of the game assumes no responsibility or liability or any omissions in any processes depicted, particularly dangerous ones involving explosives. Do not attempt anything like this in real life. Attach wire to plunger?
Take plunger?
You need to cut the wire from the reel before you can insert it into the plunger. Cut wire with trowel?
Why would you use...
Well, what do you think is more suited to cutting?
No, I would pick up the plunger.
Take plunger. I'm surprised that's movable. I thought it would be a part of the background. I wonder if I can figure out a faster way to clear this rubble. Now I have a plunger, a wire, a blasting cap, and a stick of dynamite. I wonder if I could rig this up to blast the mine entrance open.
Can we then ask
Rig
Jack
up
about
an
that?
explosive to blast rubble from the mine entrance. Find a faster way to clear the rubble other than digging. Okay, so digging is officially no.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
Can we then ask Jack for cutters?
Ask Jack for scissors. For wire cutters.
Knife?
Would you happen to have wire cutters? I do. Ask for them when you're ready. Can I borrow your
I'm
wire
asking you
cutters?
now?
Yeah. Ask about wire cutters. Ask about them when you need them. Okay, so I think that's saying we have to
Okay,
rub
so
our
maybe
objects on our other objects to be closer to an assembled thing
Okay.
before he'll give us the wire cutters.
So blasting cap goes on the dynamite.
Combine blasting? Dynamite and blasting cap? You cannot use combine.
Attach?
I thought I tried blasting cap and dynamite. You carefully insert the blasting cap into the dynamite.
Okay.
Attach wire to dynamite.
Blasting cap?
Okay. You stick the end of the wire into the blasting cap, which has been inserted into the dynamite. Ask for wire cutters. Maybe we need them now.
Mm.
I'm ready. Can I borrow the wire cutters? Sure thing. Here you go. Thank you. Are they actually no? Why not just give them to us earlier? Jack's wire cutters. They look so sharp. The wire cutters aren't all that interesting. Cut wire with wire cutters. Because we didn't need them yet. Using the wire cutters, you snip the wire from the reel. Put
And then
wire
attach
in
wire.
plunger.
Yeah.
You insert the wire into the plunger. The explosive is rigged. It's time to set it off. Blow up Jack. Doesn't seem to work. Use dynamite. Plunge plunger.
Place dynamite?
Place dynamite? Set dynamite. I'm ready to set the explosive charge. Give me a second. Ready! You carefully place the rigged dynamite close to the rubble. We're all set. No, we're not! Look how close the plunger is to the...
We might want to move that.
Pick up plunger. Where would you like to take the plunger? What?
Behind rock?
Take plunger far away. Take plunger a safe distance away. That isn't here. Or you see no need to do so. Well, we've been told there's no need to move it.
No.
So
Just take it behind the rock.
So we obviously have to use the plunger now, right? There's no need to take it to safety.
No.
Use plunger.
No.
Depress plunger?
Assuming it's push, but...
Push plunger. Here goes. Nancy! Maybe step a little bit back. Kaboom! Totally not unexpected. Death 4 of 7. So how have we died? We've died by falling in the river and we've died by explosion.
Yes.
Which means that if we're up to 4 of 7, there's still 2 deathways that we've missed. Maybe by canoeing? What else would make sense? Death by cormorant? Drinking the poisoned water, maybe? Anyway, pick up plunger. Where would you like to take it? Take plunger to Jack. Take a plunger behind rock. I think to Jack should also work, but whatever. I've taken the plunger and placed it out of harm's way. Fortunately, the wire is long enough. Set off the rigged explosive. Not set it off from a safe distance, mind you. Push plunger. Here goes nothing. That was a bit anticlimactic. I suppose there was only 1 stick of dynamite. 1 stick can only do so much. Enter the mine. Okay. Enter mine. I can fit through this. This is so dangerous. Let's widen the hole some more so that I can go too. There's no time to lose. Ooh, should we have stayed and worked on it by hand? You keep working on the rubble and follow when you can. Okay, you're the boss. You be careful, you hear? I promise. Before you go, it's gonna be dark as night in there. Take this lantern.
Thank you, since we weren't allowed to pick up a lantern earlier.
Yeah, 2 different lanterns, and none of them we were allowed to take. Jack lights the lantern and hands it to you. I've got another one, don't worry. You're not the only one with big pockets. Good luck, kiddo. So do we go back and try and dig, or do you think he'll say,
No, it's good.
you squeeze through the small hole in the rubble and enter the mine? Oh wow. Seeing the lantern's light reflected brilliantly on the thousands of red crystals embedded in the walls, you're reminded of why you travelled to Crimson in the first place. If the situation wasn't so dire, you'd be dazzled by this cave of natural wonders. Instead, the red gleams look like blood is beading on every surface. Just waiting to fall. You shiver. Toronto feels like it's 1,000,000 kilometers away and 1,000,000 years away. Oh dear, it's so dark in here. I need to figure out which way Nessa and Corvus have taken Mr. Richards. If indeed they have even come this way at all. Okay, look. The Garnet Mine's interior is much cooler than the outside. The air is stale and still. You're grateful for the lantern, its light, and its warm glow quickly gets swallowed by the darkness. Oh wow, the interior of the mines is dark as night. In fact, it's darker. The lantern's light doesn't extend very far, but the rocks nearest you are absolutely chock full of large red crystals and smaller white ones. The path slopes downwards and is covered in dust and loose rocks. Achoo! But there are 2 sets of footprints. The opening floats in the air like a portal to another world. You can see a good deal of the mine machinery that was left here years ago, as well as a discarded shovel. I think the machine is some sort of crusher. You notice a particularly large red crystal embedded in a nearby boulder. Oh, it's gorgeous. Take shovel. Now that you're inside the mine, there's no need for a shovel. I could have used this earlier. Take shiny. Take ruby. Take garnet. Take crystal. You chip a particularly lovely crystal sample from the rock. A note has been added to our notebook. Crystal sample taken from mine interior. Examine crusher. From what you can see, the machine consists of a hopper, a pair of flywheels, and other bits that you cannot identify. It looks like a jaw crusher. It would coarsely grind up the garnets, but more processing is required to grind them fine enough to be sold as an industrial abrasive. You can also see discarded rocks of various shapes, sizes, and colours scattered on the floor under the machine. Garnets get fed into the hopper, the flywheels are turned, which activates some kind of grinding mechanism, and the ground up rocks empty into this bucket. Look in bucket? You look inside, it's 1/3 full of coarsely ground garnets, smaller than gravel but larger than sand. When industrial abrasives are sold, they're ground finer than this, but this is the first stage. An impact crusher would be used to grind the coarse garnets even finer. So, down or this way?
We just examine footprints?
We can try. There are some pointy-toed, size 14s, men's dress shoe footprints. An impression made by size 8 women's shoes as well. And size 12 men's boots. I recognise the tread pattern from Mr. Richards' other boots. The 3 sets of footprints are the freshest of all. Now I need to track the shoe prints and discover where they went next. Nessa and Corvus weren't interested in the machinery, nor did they take the path descending to the south. They moved further east. Okay, so don't go south, go this way.
Bye-bye.
Do we need to look again?
Think so.
No. So this way. Where am I going? Uh-oh, you aimlessly wander the mine until the lantern goes out.
What?
You did discover the footprints, but you didn't discover which way they headed. Oops. Alone in the dark. Death 5 of 7. Wandering aimlessly seldom ends well. Have a game plan first, or some step-by-step directions. We ran into a grue, Maury.
saw where they were going. Do we have to stop and check every single time?
I mean, I just checked, right? It was take crystal.
Oh, because there's another crossroad here where they go in several directions.
Yeah, but I just did that before we changed street. Like before we exited to the right. Unless it means here I need to do it again right here. I did it here.
I think you do it.
But I didn't do it here.
Yeah.
That's the same, that's the same, that's the same, that's the same, that's the same. They head east. Go east. I'm glad I tracked them. I hope I can find Mr. Richards before it's too late. Ah, what was that? Despite the terrifying rumbles and shudders surrounding you, you forge onwards. Just as you reach this firelit cavern, your lantern goes out. Oh no, the lantern is out of oil. There's no turning back. Sign your will. Heh, sign my fake will, you mean? If you're so smart, why didn't you just forge Par's will? Then you wouldn't have had to come up with this stupid scheme. If you were so smart, you'd know that Par's lawyer is still alive. He'd pipe up pretty quick if an actual will from his client came out of nowhere. But this is a perfectly suitable backup plan. It's much easier to forge your will. If you do as you're told, I'll let you die quickly. Otherwise, you'll starve to death in the dark. And we'll forge your signature anyway. Nancy is on to you. You won't get away with this. We'll see about that. It'll be her word against ours. I have to rescue him. My first order of business needs to be to distract Corvus.
We'll look around?
I mean, my instinct is to use shovel on Corvus, but yeah. You've arrived at an open, cavernous area in the mine. The path descends down to a natural platform. It appears that the cave-ins that have been rocking the mine have created some deep chasms. An abundance of rocks of various sizes litter the floor. The rock fall looks fresh, and there's a lot more of it. One doorway to the north is still clear. Doorways to the north and east are blocked by rocks. This is a dangerous area. There is a central doorway that leads further back into the mine, as well as a doorway on the right that is completely clogged with rockfall. You see a large boulder, even taller than you, in the shadows nearby. You see a table, a fire, and a wheelbarrow.
Hide behind boulder?
First I need to go erase some more saves.
I can't imagine that they would mention of that boulder if it's not because you're supposed to hide behind it.
Yeah, the boulder, I agree. Okay, 42. Ugh. This should be a pretty good place to conceal myself, should he happen to turn his head. Okay, can we look more now?
Can we
No, this
pick up
seems
a
the
rock?
same. Pick up rock. You pick up a plain rock from the floor. Find a way to distract Corvus. The crystal sample you took from the mine's superior is truly spectacular. There are some amazing red and colorless crystal formations, stunning. While the mine's interior sample is pocked with many lovely crystals, the most prominent one is large and red, a healthy-sized garnet. I think it's even gem quality. It's a real pity that this mine produced industrial abrasives only. They're too pretty for pulverization. You can see tiny red crystals and even tinier colorless crystals incorporated into the plain rock. Rocks like this are common in the area. It's not too exciting, though it's still instructive. Okay. So what, yeet rock at his head?
Yeah. You look eatable.
Throw rock at Corvus. You aren't confident enough in your throwing range or accuracy to attempt it.
Really?
Cut Corvus with wire cutters. attack Corvus with Trowel. Okay, one thing would be like throw the rock down one of the dark hallways and see if he chases the sound. Throw rock down hallway?
Yeah, that's what I'll say. Maybe just throw rock.
Where would you like to throw it?
Oh dear.
Throw rock down chasm? No. Throw rock. What were they called? Doorway. North doorway. Throw rock in north doorway. Throw rock in doorway? You throw the rock down the passage. What was that? Is someone coming? I thought I heard something. I'll take a look.
Can we then hit him? Or
Corvus, what have you done, you oaf? Corvus is either inaudible or unable to reply. I didn't expect that. I just wanted to create a distraction. Well, Maury, you have blood on your hands now. Corvus.
I'm fine with that.
You're fine with that? Let's see if I can free him while Nessa is preoccupied. 2 against 1 sounds like better odds. Maybe we can turn the tables on her until Jack arrives with help. You'd better be digging as hard as I am. You're always messing things up, Corvus. She continues to paw ineffectually against the rubble while chastising Corvus. Nancy, what are you doing here? You just don't know when to quit. You'll wish you'd never meddled. Quickly, I've got you, dearie.
Die.
Nah. She turns menacingly towards her brother, and now I'll take care of you too. She takes a handful of crushed almonds. Death by almond. She stuffs them in his mouth. Nessa, no! She picks up the lantern and gives you one last look. Goodbye. Enjoy slowly starving to death. You do your best to comfort Mr. Richards, though you don't know if he can even hear you. You tell him about how beautiful Crimson is, and what it felt like for you to see it for the first time. You keep talking until the wheezing stops. Then you sit and stare into the fire. Eventually, you hear voices and footfalls. I'm in here. Help! Nancy, is that you? Ranger Murdoch? Nancy, Mr. Richards is dead. Let's get out of here.
Do we want to go back and save him?
I mean, I don't have menu at this point. Ranger Murdoch takes out a pocket knife and saws through the ropes. Thanks. Corvus is trapped behind that rubble in the middle passageway. We should probably get him out. Working together, you clear the rubble and free Corvus. He's a bit worse for wear, but only has minor injuries. Ranger Murdoch cuffs Corvus just in case. I'm sorry, Mr. Richards. Goodbye. He leads the way out of the mine. You feel incredibly relieved to be out of the mine. It feels like a great weight has been lifted from your shoulders. The automobile is parked down the hill, and there are more rangers waiting at the train station. How did everyone get here so quickly? It wasn't actually quick. I'm not a forest ranger, I'm a member of the Northwest Mounted Police. I've been on the trail of a German spy and saboteur who is rumored to be in the area. We believe he is responsible for the bombing of the bridge west of Crimson. Kal-El? The man known to us as Karl Leffler. You've revealed him, Nancy. Well done. Not only that, you tipped us off about what his next target would be. The Solo Locks? The Sioux Locks, sorry? Correct again. As you know, Canada declared war on Germany a few weeks ago. It appears operatives, directed by the German Foreign Office, have undertaken a campaign here in Canada to delay military aid to Europe by targeting transportation links such as railway bridges and canals. We strongly suspect that Kal-El, a man we know as Karl Leffler, is one of those operatives. He has been apprehended at the locks while setting up explosive charges. Thanks to your impeccable detective work, Mr. Leffler will surely be brought to justice. Gee! Let's go. Still no control.
He will just forever be dead now.
Chapter 6 complete. I don't mind going back, Maury, but I'm not sure that what would you want us to do different? Chapter 7. Okay. Shut up.
Give me a second to think here.
Shut up.
Give me a second to think.
Not you, the ranger.
Okay.
He won't let me. I just want my menu back. And instead it's like cutscene, 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 cutscene. Cutscene, 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 cutscene. Okay, there we go. Load. Do. So, get behind the rock. Oop. Nope, I went too fast. Corvus has tied you up. Skip, 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 skip. Skip, skip, skip. Here. Okay. Be very precise with I only want to go behind the rock.
And then we pick it up again.
Pick up rock.
And he didn't die, so I didn't have blood on my hands.
Oh, they spotted me. How though? I was behind the rock. What's supposedly different from last time? I'm in a slightly different place behind the rock. Pick up rock. And then it was throw rock down passage. She sends him away. He gets crushed by the rocks. What have you done? She starts digging and complaining. Okay. New save. So what do you want to do here? Do you want to not go around this way, but go this way?
I want to pick up those almonds.
No, if we go near him, she instantly reacts. Pick up almonds? You take the crushed almonds from the tabletop and throw them over the edge into... I was going to say put them in the fire or eat them myself, but throwing them into the chasm is just as good. I won't let these endanger his life. Nancy! What are you doing here? You just don't know when to quit. I'll never... When I get over there, you'll wish you'd never meddled. Untie...
Push my table?
No. Surely we use wire cutters on the ropes.
Okay.
Use wire cutter on ropes. Cut ropes with wire cutter.
Yes, alarm. I think it's also shove the table.
Cutters? It achieves little effect. So you want what? Shove table where? In chasm? No.
No, not Kasim. Just shove the table. Push the table towards her, but I'm assuming push will be
We're
enough
not
unless it
close
specifies
enough
where you
to
want to
do
push.
that. To the table?
You're right next to the table.
She pulls a knife, and then she assassinates us, etc., etc., etc.
So take almonds first.
So I want to untie him first. Untie Evan. You fail. And then she detects us and kills us, okay? Take almonds. I won't let you hurt him. I've got you now, dearie. She gets us immediately then.
Yeah.
But she didn't get me immediately the other time.
No, because I think you have to do it in the right sequence.
Okay.
I think you have to take the almonds first.
Okay. And now how are we going to untie him?
I don't think you're through. I think it's still push table at Nessa.
Not enough time, or else I was too slow maybe. I can give another go.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if you need to move that far to do it.
Take almonds.
Because once you take the almonds now, then immediately she's there. You only get time to do one action.
Well, this seems kinda not great, I'm gonna say. If this is all
because
required...
now no, don't. Okay, you stopped. Oh, thank goodness you stopped.
If this is required to get the, like, good ending, this seems a bit too... terribly specific, and... like, why can't we cut him out of the ropes with the wire cutters?
Mm-hmm. Just try now to push table at Nessa.
The force of your blow knocks the wind out of her. Ah, you! Don't come any closer. Jack knows where I am. He'll be along shortly. It's all over. Over? I said don't come any closer. You don't get to tell me when it's over. Stay where you are. Who are you trying to tell me what to do? How dare you? Why did you ever set foot here? If it hadn't been for you... She's so overwrought she can barely speak. She stamps her foot angrily. You're ruining everything. She causes a cave-in? All of my planning, all that I've done, undone by you, you meddlesome slip of a girl. Be careful. Don't tell me what to do. She pulls the knife out of her shirt pocket. You'll never leave here alive. Watch out! I said don't tell me what to... Oh no! The whole mine gives a great shudder, and part of the floor gives way. Nancy! She clings desperately to the edge of the now yawning chasm, which has already swallowed her knife. Ah! Push Nessa.
We don't want to save her?
You will never get ahead in the real world. You're too soft. Ah, Nessa. I won't stop until Crimson is a hole in the ground and I'm wealthy as a sultan. Hook? Save Nessa question mark.
I think we save her, but you seem unsure.
Look, I'm not killing her. I'm just allowing her to die. These are different. Not like you and crushing poor man.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no, just a sec. I need to change my mouse battery. Yeah, that'll do. Okay,
Remind me to, not trust you to get you out of a
What, you pull a
pickle?
knife on me?
Like, no, just allow me to die.
Mere
I'm not
moments
killing you,
after
just
you
allowing
pulled
you
the
to die.
knife on me and told me that you're going to kill me. Save Nessa? Nessa gasps for breath, recovering from her near-death experience. You're stronger than you look. Thank you. I wonder if I could safely secure Nessa. I need to do something before I start standing up, or else she might run off.
Don't we have rope?
No, because the rope was forever attached to the tree, remember? We have wire, which might serve.
Mm-hmm.
So what? Tie
We could, maybe use the padlock.
Nessa with wire? Padlock Nessa?
Huh.
What?
To the wheelbarrow.
What would you like to lock Nessa to? But how are we locking her? She doesn't have, like, a collar on. To
Go to the wheelbarrow.
minecart? Wheelbarrow. No. Unless it's 2 words. Or is it
Don't you have to just say padlock Nessa to that instead of just...
well, yeah, maybe. Padlock Nessa to wheelbarrow. Nope. Unless it's single R. Nope. To table? That doesn't accomplish anything.
So it is a wheelbarrow. It's just we're writing it wrong somehow.
Cart? Okay. Not mine carts, only cart.
Cart.
You hook Nessa's belt loop with the open padlock and close the padlock firmly around the front brace of the wheelbarrow. What do you think you're doing? Yes, because she couldn't remove her belt. She struggles to get up, but the wheelbarrow is too heavy and resists her attempts. She screeches in frustration. Ah! Well, well. Now that that's over, help me with these ropes. Right. No, I think I prefer the cut his ropes with the wire cutters, you both overpower her route, but whatever. You managed to untie Mr. Richards, now that you have all the time in the world. Thanks, Nancy. I guess we should try and find our way out of here. I think I know the way. We're just going to leave her to starve? Sis, looks like you could use some cooling off. We'll come back for you later. Maybe. Splutter, splutter, splutter. Wait, do you hear that? We can definitely hear approaching footsteps. We're in here, help! Nancy, is that you, Ranger Murdoch? Nancy! Nathan's eyes widen slightly as his gaze settles on Nessa, skulking by the wheelbarrow. I padlocked her to the wheelbarrow. Oh, I suppose we should deal with her.
You suppose?
Ranger Murdoch kneels down and cuffs her hands together, then cuts Nessa's belt loop with a pocket knife. Oh, Corvus is trapped behind the rubble in the middle passageway. We should probably get him out. Working together, you clear the rubble and free Corvus. He's a bit worse for wear, but only has some minor injuries. Ranger Murdoch cuffs Corvus just in case. Let's get out of here. Good idea. Ranger Murdoch leads the way out of the mine. You feel incredibly relieved to be out of the mine. It feels like a great weight has been lifted from your shoulders. The automobile is parked down the hill, and there are some more rangers waiting for us at the train station. How did everyone get here so quickly? Well, it wasn't quick, actually. I'm not actually a forest ranger, and we saw this before. He's actually investigating the spy, because we told him about it. He's managed to get in the way of it. Well done. You tipped us off to what he'd be doing next. Yes, he's from Germany. Germany's attacking because we're entering World War I, etc., etc. Thanks to your impeccable detective work, he'll be brought to justice. Gee, what's going to happen to Nessa? You'll be hearing from my lawyer. Not me, though, that's for certain. Splotter, splotter. Let's go. Chapter 7. Conclusions.
And now we have to probably tell
Do a quiz.
all the things.
The train station is a flurry of activity. Rangers are milling all around, consulting each other with whispered conversation. Inside you hear the non-stop whir and the tick of the telegraph machine. The ranger in charge looks up and acknowledges Ranger Murdoch with a nod. Just the man I wanted to see. Thanks to the intelligence you've provided, we were able to alert authorities at site at Sault Ste. Marie about the impending sabotage attempt on the Sioux Locks. They were ready and waiting and caught the man red-handed with luggage full of dynamite and blasting caps, not to mention a 9mm Luger in the glove box. Imagine his surprise when they called him by his real name, Karl Leffler, aka Albert Resper, German spy and saboteur. I would have loved to have seen the look on his face. All in all, some mighty fine work, Ranger Murdoch. A crisis has been averted. As much as I'd like to take credit, Nancy Maple here is the one who you ought to be thanking. She single-handedly figured it all out. All I did was pass along the information. Well then, thanks to you, Nancy. You're a Canadian hero. Thanks! Though I'll warn you now, you might have to be an unsung hero. I have a feeling the Canadian government won't want to reveal just how vulnerable we were tonight. It might undermine the public's confidence at a crucial turning point for our country. I don't mind as long as things have worked out for the best. They did. Thank you for your service. What have we got here? We've just come from the abandoned garnet mine. This is Miss Nessa Crabbe. She kidnapped her brother. She could have done worse and gotten away with it too. Except those meddling kids. Except Miss Maple here was able to detain her by padlocking her to a wheelbarrow. A rather resourceful and ingenious move, if I may say so. Thanks. I got through it all again. What? Oh, I'd go through it all again just to see the look on her face. Splutter. And Mr. Corvus Shaw is her suspected accomplice. They have a lot to answer for. A busy night. Yes, indeed. Please dispatch some crime scene investigators to the lodge so that we can make a strong case. Roger that. I'm heading back to Toronto now. I need to meet with some higher-ups immediately. The Northwest Mounted Police has commandeered a train back to the city. I've been told you call Toronto home. Will you join me? I'm exhausted. I don't think I'm up for more travelling. I'm not ready to leave Crimson just yet. Suit yourself. I need to take your statement for the report, but that can wait a day or two. Thank you. I need a bit of time to get my thoughts in order. Of course, there's got to be a ton of paperwork to do for this whole caper. I'll be trapped behind my desk for weeks. Send word when you're returning. I'll pick you up from Union Station and escort you straight to the police station. I will do. Thanks, Ranger Murdoch. Nathan drives you, Jack and Evan, back to the lodge. Margot's death feels like it happened weeks ago, and your arrival in Crimson feels like it happened months ago. It feels like years ago when you spoke to your boss, Professor Plummer. My boss? The fieldwork. What am I going to tell him? Despite the excitement of the evening, you find yourself nodding off, only to be jolted awake when Nathan's automobile hits an uneven stretch of road. Eventually, not even the bumpy road can rouse you. Are you awake? We're back. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Once Jack has roused you from your slumber, you make your way upstairs as quietly as possible, so as not to wake Kimmy. My goodness, what a night. I've never been so exhausted. You climb into bed and are eager to fall asleep. But as your gaze falls onto the ransacked curio cabinet, you realize there are a few things you may want to bring up with the other inhabitants of the lodge tomorrow morning. I'd better make some notes on fresh paper to remind myself. Or I could just decide to go to sleep if I wish. Okay. Did Margot have an accomplice in the ruby brooch theft? Now, we know that it was... Well, we don't know about the theft. We know Jack helped hide it. But in any case, I need just a quick minute to refill my drink. So just one moment.
Yeah. Yeah, Solar. Kimmy slept through it all, dreaming of them birds. And yeah, I think the court case is gonna be much stronger with Evan alive, and also it's gonna leave absolutely no doubt as to what's gonna happen to the place after he eventually dies. I'm assuming he's gonna change his will after this. Specify, make sure it's safe.
Thank you for your patience. Drink refilled. The pizza has arrived. Cruelty. So, did Margot have an accomplice in the ruby brooch theft? What do we think, Maury?
Somewhat used.
Did Jack actually help?
I mean, hiding the stolen goods would count you as an accomplice.
But not in the theft. Not in the stealing it bit.
No, but that depends on when you say the theft.
So, YES?
Sure.
Yes, I suspect someone helped her. Who was the accomplice? We think Jack?
Yes.
I'm certain of that. Jack admitted to helping her hide the brooch. His fingerprint is on it, clear as day. I found the brooch in the closet, pinned under a hat. After Nessa and Corvus had already thoroughly searched there, including those hats. Margot was already dead by then. Jack hid the brooch there after Nessa and Corvus were finished searching the room. He admitted as much to me when I confronted him about finding his fingerprint on the brooch. Now, about the curio cabinet. Who was the accomplice for the ruby brooch theft? No, who stole the pair of antique silver steins? So
that
it was
also Nessa. No, that says Margaret.
Margot
I
to
said the
give
wrong
to
name.
Nathan.
Yes.
Margot's fingerprints were the only one I lifted from the smashed curio cabinet. Plus, she admitted to taking the antique silver wedding steins. That's all pretty clear-cut. But she mentioned having help. Who helped?
Nathan.
Nathan admitted to helping Margot hide the antique silver wedding steins, but he's doing it for the right reasons. I promised I won't tell anyone, and I won't. We're covering up a crime? Who was the imposter at Crimson Lodge?
Albert.
But do they want us to say his other name? Is it like Sherlock 1? Well, Sherlock 2, but the first Sherlock we played.
Yes. Well, we got
told our answer was wrong because we didn't use his old name. So, it's either Albert or, what was it, Carl?
Carl L. was his other.
That explains why he was examining the glacial erratic. He had no idea that it wouldn't be a good indicator of the geology in the area. The report Albert wrote for Nessa demonstrated no knowledge of proper field report procedures, nor appropriate use of mineralogical terminology. He was definitely not a mineralogical expert. I wonder if he was even Belgian. What is Kimmy's true goal? Cormorants. The fact that it says true goal is... I don't think we've seen anything other than that she likes birds.
No, it was the map thing, but it really is just birds.
Bird watching?
Yeah.
After everything I'm witnessed, I'm pretty certain that Kimmy is just a keen bird watcher who has probably had the worst vacation of her life. Everything and anyone can look suspicious if you're looking for suspicious activity. Was Evan Richards and Nathan Cardinal friends or enemies? Friends.
Friends.
Yep, you're happy with that?
Yeah.
Their conversation in the conservatory indicates that they're similarly aligned when it comes to the fate of the lodge and lands. They also met in the study after that first dinner. It was hard to tell if they were friendly then, but I did see them shake hands. They respect each other. Margot entrusted the antique silver wedding steins to Nathan. She trusted him as well, and Nathan is risking Nessa coming after him for the valuable antiques. Nathan was out late at night with Jack, and they were both helping Mr. Richards. I heard them talking about it. I recovered a sample of clear crystals from the salt at the lodge that didn't dissolve in water. I'm pretty sure that that's what Nathan and Jack were trying to hide. Judging from the conversation I overheard in the carriage house, Jack, Nathan and Mr. Richards were working together to deal with Albert, and Nathan helped me and Jack rescue Mr. Richards tonight. He is a true friend. Mr. Richards is lucky to have him. What were Jack and Nathan trying to conceal?
I mean, we never really managed to figure out precisely what the mineral thing is, but
so this is why
I'm
they were
assuming-
meeting
I'm
in the in the carriage thing? Yeah. We don't really know what they're fully up to.
we know they're trying to hide the minerals, and I'm assuming that it's gonna be that they're trying to hide the diamonds.
So you're gonna go with diamonds?
I want to go with diamonds because we have to bring up the diamond fish at one point.
It is possible, but so far it's only a hunch based on the samples that I've gathered. I'll need to verify my hypothesis when I get back to the museum. I have seen Nathan and Jack gathering shiny things from the riverbank, and I recovered this odd salt sample that won't dissolve in water. They could be diamonds. Where did they conceal the suspected diamonds? Smokehouse? Or do we want to say salt bag?
I would assume that it's the smokehouse in general.
I did recover these clear crystals from the bag of rock salt. If they really are diamonds, the bag of rock salt would have been the perfect hiding place. Who would guess? Were Margot and Jack having an affair?
No, they were just friends, it was what Jack said at least.
Yup. and I'm inclined
Yeah.
to agree.
Yeah. She seemed very much fond of Evan.
I'm quite sure they were just friends. He explained the meaning of their secretive boudoir meeting. He was helping her inject her medicine. He was a good friend to Margot, and nothing more. He told me so, and I choose to believe him. What's more, the evidence I found backs him up. His fingerprints in the medicine cabinet. What item suggests Nessa came to the lodge intending to threaten or harm Evan? Almonds! Do you agree?
Yes. Very much agree.
Mr. Richards was allergic to almonds, and Nessa knew that. She brought those Jordan almonds with her and filled the cut crystal bowl in the parlor, overtly as you please. She just wasn't being a rude guest, she was a bully. But at least she didn't get away with it. You wake the next morning, refreshed and ravenous. As you make your way down the stairs, you begin to smell the inviting aroma of coffee and bacon. You enter the kitchen and find the other inhabitants gathered around the table, digging into a hearty breakfast. You join in. The morning light streams through the small window, causing motes of dust to sparkle and dance in the light. Mr. Richards is slumped in front of his plate, his eyes downcast. Jack, you've already admitted to helping Margot hide Nessa's ruby brooch. I sure did. You said before that you and Margot planned to sell the brooch to help pay for the lodge's upkeep. Yep, and she's trying to lay claim to the whole place, but she'd never lifted a finger to take care of it, nor sent a single dime to maintain it. You also said because of the state of things, you didn't plan to see the point of executing that plan. But I think you should. What do you think, Mr. Richards? Sounds good to me. It would be a nice thing for Nessa to indirectly do. She certainly wouldn't intentionally do anything good for anyone. You hand the ruby brooch over to Jack. Thanks, Nancy. Maybe I can get a new mop. You mentioned that Nessa had it out for Margot, and this was Margot's way of getting back at her. Yep, but I figured it was because Nessa was afraid of Mr. Richards, and that he would bequeath the lodge and the lands to Margot instead. She sure was. Nessa was dead set on making Margot go away, so the lodge and lands wouldn't end up with her, which they never were going to do, of course. I'd promised them to Nathan and his family, always and forever. Margot understood. I will admit worrying about the fate of the lodge and the lands. But once I learned how much Margot loved it here too, just as it was, I worried less. And then the diamonds. Yeah, that was a trouble. Nessa arrived when she recognized Margot's face from the old wanted posters. In a past life, Margot lived and worked in Skagway, during the Klondike Gold Rush. She was just a kid. She made some mistakes, trusted the wrong people. She told me all about it. So it didn't work when Nessa tried to blackmail her into leaving. Nessa found another way to get the better of her. Evan's face falls and he clamps his mouth shut. Her secrets? You mean like in her boudoir or on the first night you arrived? Yes, I know we've already discussed that. You said the two of you were just friends, and I believe you. Jack helped Margot with her Salvarsan treatments. You knew about it? Sure did. He helped her with it every night. I couldn't, I'm too squeamish. Injections are painful for her, and I can't stand to do them. Well, that makes me feel better about that. Margot knew Nessa and Corvus would rummage through her things. Her vanity has a lock, but she suspected that it wasn't secure. In fact, she suspected it had been tampered with. I kept the brooch in my pocket for a while, but when we were fixin' to head to the garnet mine, I didn't want to bring it with me, so I nipped upstairs to her giant closet and pinned it to the underside of one of her hats, up on one of the mannequined heads. I figured, should Nessa and Corvus return to the lodge, the last place they'd look is where they'd already searched. Kimmy, I'm so sorry for your bird trip, and that it was so much drama and tension. I'm glad I got to meet you. Thank you so much, Nancy. That's very kind of you. This was one of the strangest trips I've ever taken. There was so much unpleasantness and tragedy. But I don't regret coming here. It's a beautiful place. Margot was kind, Jack and Nathan helped me feel at home despite everything. And you, Mr. Richards, yeah? I can see why you love it so much. I love it too. That's real nice. Thank you, Kimmy. And Nancy, I'm glad I got to meet you. You're one of a kind, brave and clever. No matter what happens, I'm sure you'll make your dreams come true. Thank you. That means a lot to me. I'll try my best. Nathan, I have to know about the silver wedding steins. I've brought them back this morning. Now they're out of Nessa's reach. I really appreciate Nathan keeping them safe for me. He told me all about what Margot did. And they were right about it. I would have just given them to Nessa to make her stop harassing me. Story of my life, never again. I have to know. Want some rah? Course you do. Yeah. There are diamonds here in Crimson. Mr. Richards, Nathan and Jack exchange meaningful looks. I think you and Jack were picking alluvial diamonds out of the riverbank when I saw the two of you earlier. I think Jack hides the little diamonds in the bag of rock salt. I grabbed a handful, dissolved it in water. Some of them didn't dissolve. Nancy! There are diamonds in Crimson. We have to check the riverbanks regularly for the ones that come down the river. Over time, we've managed to extract most of the gems that are in the ground, but soil erosion also reveals them. Every so often, we've got to go looking for more that have appeared. They're easiest to see by moonlight. Evan used to help us, in fact. He used to do it all by himself. But it wore my back out, so now it's up to Jack and Nath. Fortunately for us, not many people were around. It was a difficult secret to keep, even then. Until that fish swallowed that whopper of a diamond, and that lucky duck fisherman caught it. Nothing but trouble that was. My goodness, I see. Nancy, we know that your fieldwork is important to you, and we can't prevent you from divulging anything you may have discovered here. We can only ask to think about what the news would mean for the area. We like it how it is. I do too. And me too. What would happen? Well, that will depend on you. Do we tell the mineralogy department? You all pile into Nathan's automobile, except for Mr. Richards, as there isn't enough room in the four-seater. You sense he'd like some alone time. He gives you and Kimmy a nod and turns away. As the automobile trundles away from the lodge, you crane your neck and take one last look. I'm really going to miss this place in spite of everything. You turn and face forwards. The rattling of the rough road makes it hard to think. The only coherent thought you manage to have is, what will you tell your boss, and what will it mean for your future? Thank goodness the bridge has been repaired, enough to allow trains to cross. Repaired? Well, you are travelling light, Nancy. I wouldn't be too concerned. Travelling light thanks to Albert. Okay, Nancy, the train's gonna leave soon. Goodbye. But what about you, Kimmy? I've talked it over with Jack and Nathan. I think I'm going to stay for a bit. It's been so tense here and I want to relax and enjoy the birds. And the fall migration is starting in a few weeks, and the leaves will be changing colour. I promised Jack that I'd help with the lodge chores and earn my keep. That's wonderful. I wish I could stay too, but I have to get back to my job in the city. Good luck. I'm going to miss you. I'll miss you too, Kimmy. Be well. I'll miss all of you. Thank you for letting me stay with you, and please thank Mr. Richards too. We'll let him know you're made of pretty tough stuff. Nancy, Jack's been telling me how brave you were down in the mine. We're grateful for all that you've done. Goodbye. Goodbye. So, go on. The train's not gonna wait forever. All right. Wave animation. I meant to. As crisp and refreshing it is this far north, you brace yourself for the muggy summer heat down by Toronto. Your mind is buzzing with all that's transpired over the last few days. It feels like you're returning home from a long voyage. You can't help but wonder, have you missed anything? Did you leave any loose ends? Would you like to be privy to some helpful introspective thoughts? Yes or no? Are we likely to play this again? I'm going to say no. I don't think I'm going to play this again. So I'm okay with finding out what we failed to do.
Okay, sure.
You?
Yeah, I'm fine with finding out what we failed.
You ponder the thoughts you had the previous night before bed. Albert was an imposter, there's no question about it. He was definitely not an expert mineralogist. The glacial erratic boulder was not mineralogically relevant to the region, and he had no idea. There was another detail I missed that would have supported my theory, that he wasn't a real, well-read mineralogist. I'm pretty sure that Nathan was Mr. Richards' friend. But did I miss any important details of his actions? What if Nathan was trying to preserve and protect the lodge and its lands? He might have sought out Albert's help. I should have kept my eyes and ears open for that circumstance. Did Nathan stand to lose anything by helping Mr. Richards? He wasn't at the dining room meeting with Ranger Murdoch. I was going to ask Jack about it at the time, but he didn't seem to want me to address that. Maybe if I'd asked Jack about Nathan after the meeting, or even Nathan himself, I'd have learned something interesting. Some of the rock salt didn't melt in water. It's definitely not rock salt, but what is it? I can't think of much else, actually. So we only missed like 3 things. You turn your attention towards your impending interview
Yes.
with Ranger Murdoch. Sorry?
And those things weren't major things, it was just, you were right, you could have just found more.
Yeah, you could have been more right.
Yeah. But there was nothing like, you missed this thing completely.
As for Margot's death, but there's more. Maybe Margot was killed by something she ate or drank. Perhaps her drinking glass was worth a closer look. The area between the jetty and the smokehouse probably could have used further scrutiny. I saw those long hairs caught up in the tree north of the jetty. I should have collected them as evidence. After a good deal of mulling over, you conclude, I'm satisfied with all I've done. I am, thank goodness. Having reassured yourself, you quickly fall into a deep, dreamless sleep. You don't awaken until the train pulls into Union Station. So there was one instance of failing to pick something up that we'd noticed.
Which we said we would.
Ranger Murdoch meets you at Union Station, as arranged. Ranger Murdoch. Hello, Nancy. Good to see you. Would you like me to drive you? No thanks, I'm good to have my interview. Let's go. Alright, follow me. That scene looks very much like the, when Laura arrives on the train scene in Laura Bow. You look over at the wanted posters on the bulletin board and you see a familiar face. The face has familiar features, but the expression gives you pause. It's unmistakably Margot, but she looks scared and angry. And the name is different too. The Margot you knew was a peaceful, kind, and caring person. You feel fortunate to have met her when you did. The poster lists her offences as assault, theft, racketeering, and public nuisance. Nancy? Just lost in thought. Ah yes, that person's been on the most wanted list for a few years now. Skagway was a near lawless place. Sometimes who the criminals were was a matter of public opinion. And sometimes if you didn't make friends with the right people, you could end up stuck with all sorts of trumped-up charges. Does she look familiar to you? We lie! No, I don't recognize her. Very well, let's begin. Suddenly, the door bursts open to reveal your boss, Professor Plummer. Nancy, there you are. Welcome back. I've heard the train come in. Sir, we're in the middle of a confidential interview. My apologies. I won't be a moment. Nancy, what did you find? Are there diamonds in Crimson? I simply must know. Yes or no?
I vote for no.
You want to give the land back to the native people and let them all...
Yes. Also, we have no idea how much diamond it is, so it could be that I do a lot of damage for very little gain.
In fairness, until we check, we don't know, right?
No.
So the real answer should be probably yes, but I need to check, but we're gonna go with no. I'm afraid I didn't find anything significant, Professor. I've managed to obtain some good samples, though. And I think I'll still be able to produce a good report for my fieldwork. It just won't be very exciting. I'm sorry to hear it, Nancy. As for exciting, most research isn't. Don't worry about it. See me when you're ready. I'll help you with your report. Thank you so much, Professor Plummer. Take care, Nancy. Oops, it's still him. Take care, Nancy. See you soon. Now let's really begin. Any information you provide will be kept strictly confidential. I appreciate that. We detained Nessa Crab in connection with Evan Richards' kidnapping and attempted fraud. According to Mr. Richards, he was assaulted at the jetty, but it was dark out and he was rather inebriated. Do you have any evidence connecting Nessa to the scene at the jetty, yes or no? We have fingerprints. Yes, I do. What evidence did you find? If there are multiple points to make, we'll discuss them separately.
There was the decanter.
So you want to say decanter rather than fingerprints?
I would prefer to be more specific of what we found the fingerprints on.
Okay. I found Nessa's fingerprint on a shattered... We both get our way in the sentence.
Yeah.
I found Nessa's fingerprint on a shattered crystal decanter at the jetty. It was made of thick glass. It wouldn't have broken from being tipped over or dropped from carrying height. I think Nessa had a confrontation with Evan on the jetty during which she forcefully threw the decanter down, causing it to break. Well done. Our investigation found the broken decanter and came to a similar conclusion. Did you find anything in the areas besides the jetty that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping? Yes or no? Now it says, did you find, not do we have. So we found something.
We found the hair. We didn't take it, but we
What
found
evidence
it.
did you find? If there are multiple points, we'll discuss them separately. Hair.
Can we say hair?
I didn't recover any hair from the area. Do you have anything else to share? Okay, so
Okay, so we failed.
we fail that.
So shoe prints.
Shoe prints. I tracked Nessa's shoe prints into the smokehouse. I think that's where she and Corvus temporarily detained Evan until they were ready to take him to the Garnet mine. Do you have anything else to share that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping in areas other than the jetty?
There was the almonds, weren't there? Do they count?
The almond fingerprint? Yes. So yes. What evidence did you find? Almond. I discovered Nessa's fingerprint on a Jordan almond fragment in the smokehouse, right on the candied shell. That's fantastic, Nancy. Our rangers saw the Jordan almond fragments and noted them down, but they didn't look at them closely enough. We've done a better job than the police. Oh yeah.
Yay.
I need to tell the team to take a second look. Terrific! Do you have anything else to share that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping in areas other than the jetty? Yes or no? I think now
Can't
no.
think of anything else. Yeah. I have nothing.
Not the kidnapping. Like, there's circumstantial evidence of, like, her footprints are on the things in the thing, but not the kidnapping directly. So, no? Okay, moving on. We believe Mr. Richards was being held in the Lodge Smokehouse before moved to the Garnet mine. Did you find any evidence to support our theory regarding his unlawful confinement? Yes or no? Yes. What evidence did you find? Rope fibers. Yes, I found rope fibers on the floor. I believe he was tied up and taken away later. Mr. Richards said as much. All the evidence we gather will help us build a case. How did you figure out that he was taken to the Garnet mine? If you're not sure, you can just say no or pass.
I mean, we know
Symbol.
it was the thumbprint. Yeah, the symbol.
Mr. Richards had used the jam from Jack's thumbprint cookies to draw a hidden symbol. Did she study finger? She read a book about them once, Salah. The symbol was a red circle surrounded by a round red border. Red? It was raspberry jam. It smelled and tasted it. See, it's good we checked more. We have more evidence, Maury.
Yes, but smell first, then taste. Don't go straight
Smelled
to taste.
and tasted it? Well, I wanted to make sure. The symbol even resembled the thumbprint cookies, which I learned are called, how was it? Hallongrotta in Swedish. Hallongrotta means raspberry cave in English, and a raspberry cave could be a garnet mine. Exactly, Mr. Richards was talking about the garnet mines at dinner on the night I arrived. He said they've been deserted for years. It was the perfect place to hide him. Mr. Richards told us that Nessa was attempting to intimidate him by signing a forged copy of his own will. Do you have any knowledge that might back up this claim? Yes. What did you learn? We have fake will? What's it called in our inventory? I think it's just called last will?
Yeah.
What if we try will? You're not sure it's irrelevant in that instance? Do you have any knowledge that might back up Evan's claim that Nessa was trying to intimidate him? Yes.
Almonds.
Almonds again. We could also try allergy. Mr. Richards is allergic to almonds. And has been since childhood. It was common knowledge, and Nessa brought Jordan almonds with her when she returned to the lodge. I found shattered pieces of Jordan almonds in the smokehouse, where I believe Mr. Richards was briefly held. I managed to recover one of her fingerprints from the remnants of one of the shiny candy shells. Stellar work, Nancy! Our investigative team didn't find that. What's more, there were more Jordan almond pieces in the cavern. There is no doubt in my mind that Nessa brought the Jordan almonds to the lodge, knowing how dangerous they were to her brother. Maybe at first she only planned to intimidate him, but in the end, she was prevented from doing any worse. Let's move on to Corvus. Corvus Shaw's role in Mr. Richards' kidnapping. Do you have any evidence that would connect Corvus to these crimes, yes or no? The footprints.
Yes.
Yes, I do. We have... What evidence did you find? Please state one article at a time. Footprints. Or is it shoe prints, sorry. Shoe prints. I found Corvus's shoe prints on the jetty and leading out to the smokehouse. The shoe prints on the jetty must have been from when he stepped onto the spilt whiskey, and they were still wet. That suggests to me that he was either present during the abduction or soon thereafter. Considering the scuff marks I saw on the jetty, Mr. Richards was dragged away with some force. I doubt Nessa, an elderly lady, could have dragged her brother away with that amount of force. Terrific work, Nancy! Our investigators didn't see any shoe prints on the jetty. They must have dried up before we got there. Now that we know they were there, perhaps some forensic process will be able to help reveal them. I think Corvus's movements during that time is pretty clear. Very thorough of you. Every little bit helps. Do you have anything else to share that would help connect him to the crimes? Yes. The button.
Mm-hmm.
Please continue or say no, and I will ask you another question. Button. I found the metal button, which I recovered from outside the smokehouse. I observed him wearing a striped vest with this exact same type of button that very same night. If you'll examine the clothing he was wearing at the time, I'm sure you'll find that one of those buttons is missing. We indeed did make note of the missing button, and now we know what happened to it. This is a very good piece of evidence. Nancy, may I have it? Of course. Do you have anything else to share that could help connect him to the crimes perpetrated on Mr. Richards? Please continue or say no. I mean, is trying to fake someone's death with the will not criminal?
Yes, but it's not with that, I think. Wasn't the question...
No, it's not relevant. Okay. Connects to the kidnapping. Here we go. So now it's being more specific. Kidnapping.
Yeah.
I don't think so. It was the button, the rope, the footprints, the fingerprints.
That's it.
There's no fingerprints of his, from memory.
No.
So
His
no.
was the shoe print and the button.
No, I'm afraid not. Moving on. What about any lesser crimes? Okay, here we go. We suspect Corvus was brought to the lodge by Nessa to commit fraud. Do you know anything about that would help us build a case? Yes.
Yes.
Well, what proof do you have that he intended to engage in fraud? Will. I found Mr. Richards' last will and testament in Corvus's satchel. It stated that Nessa was to get everything after his death. It hadn't been signed by Mr. Richards, and the writing was in Corvus's hand. It seemed quite fishy to me. Do you happen to have that document? I do. Here you go. You hand the questionable document over to the ranger. Thank you, Nancy. You're welcome. What about Carl Liefler, aka Albert Resper? What can you tell me about him? Rangers apprehended him in the middle of the sabotage attempt on the Sioux Locks, so it's an open and closed case. But we suspect he was involved in other illegal acts. Do you think you can attribute other criminal activities to him? He stole our mineral things! Yes! Yes! What have you discovered? He stole my suitcase! I'm not sure that's relevant. Do you think you can attribute other criminal activities to Carl Leffler, aka Albert Resper? Yes or no? Yes, we can connect him to blowing up the bridge. Right?
Also the fake report.
Yes. Yes, I do. What have you discovered? So, dynamite, blasting cap? How do we want to... I think Carl sabotaged the train bridge on the same strip of telegraph tape that revealed his real name and next target for sabotage. It said, "Well done" in crimson. I found a stick of dynamite under his bed. I think it rolled there when he panicked whilst hurrying to leave the lodge. On the way to the lodge on the first night, Jack commented on how heavy Carl's luggage was. I bet most of the luggage was dedicated to hauling explosive equipment, dynamite and blasting cores. In fact, I found a tin of blasting caps that Carl left in the lodge, as well as a bullet. He was definitely up to no good. He stored the blasting caps and bullets in the blue trunk in the upstairs closet. I found the fingerprint on the padlock. Outstanding! Very well done. Thank you. Carl's fingerprint is on this tin of blasting caps. He definitely handled them. Excellent work. Can we have the tin? It's compelling evidence. Of course. Here you go. You hand the tin of blasting caps over to Ranger Murdoch. Carl knew to store the dynamite separately from the blasting caps. He probably has training with explosives, or at least prior knowledge. I'm almost certain that if Rangers search the immediate area around the bridge, they'll find discarded luggage, possibly part of the same set, with explosive residue. This is very helpful information. We originally suspected him of the bridge, but hadn't thought to search the luggage that matches the set he was carrying when we arrested him at the locks. That would be a compelling connection. Sure, should we find such an item. Speaking of items, do you happen to have the telegraph tape? I do. You give the telegraph tape to the ranger. Thank you, Nancy. Do you have the bullet? We do. You hand the bullet. Thanks, Nancy. Do you have the padlock? We do? But we didn't pick it back up after...
We unlocked it so that he could put on the proper handcuffs.
No, he didn't. He cut it off with his pocket knife. Because it specifically said he cut Nessa's belt buckle thing. So that's odd. If you have something else you'd like to tell me about, just say so. Or say no and I'll ask something else. So do we have anything... You want to do the mineralogy report?
Yes, I want to do the report.
Nope. No? Unless I'm spelling
Just
it wrong.
report.
Okay, just report, sure. I found a field report in his satchel that was identical to the indentations on the paper in the waste paper basket. I was able to read the full field report, and it's clear to me that he was stringing terms together without knowing what they actually meant. Fascinating. Do you have the field report? Yes. You give them the field report. Great work. It's not worth the paper it's written on. Any mineralogist will tell you that. The Geological Survey of Canada would never endorse it. I'm writing my own field report, which I'm hoping the Royal Canadian Museum will publish. I'm proud of the work I did. With any luck, my report will be the newly definitive, in air quotes, because we're lying about the diamonds, survey of Crimson, Ontario. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Back on topic. I wish I had something to show or tell Ranger Murdoch about that. We wish we had our finished mineralogy report?
Maybe we didn't gather enough minerals and rub things against the plate, and we kind of forgot about all that when we got wrapped up into the mystery.
But we did all three. We did the three that it wanted. Maybe you were meant to take extra?
We were probably supposed to gather more samples throughout the game.
I'm sorry, I was mistaken. Can we continue? Of course. If you have something else you'd like to tell me about Leffler, say so, or say no, and I'll ask something else.
Okay. But if you try just luggage and not he stole our suitcase.
Don't be so aggressive. I found his train ticket stub in one of the jackets left behind before he fled the lodge. When I saw him on the platform in Crimson, I mentioned that I hadn't seen him on the train. He told me that he'd been in the first-class car, which was a lie. His ticket stub clearly says coach, the same as mine and Kimmy's. I also remember smelling his cigars, the same brand that he smokes. I vaguely remember a man sitting behind Kimmy and I for part of the journey. He was concealed by the newspaper, so I never saw his face. I think he listened to me and Kimmy talking about Crimson and why we were traveling there. He must have been afraid that I'd be able to reveal him as an imposter if I had my field kit, so he got rid of it while we were sleeping. I think he tossed my luggage out the back of the train. It would be the easiest way to dispose of it, surreptitiously. Then he hid in the neighbouring first-class car when it was empty, near the end of the journey. Well deduced, Nancy. It just so happens that the Rangers found your luggage near the train tracks, between Crimson train station and the previous stop. My goodness, they did! Your name was found on a tag inside. Everything is intact. That's wonderful news! I was afraid that I'd have to save up for a new kit. Your luggage is still an exhibit in the ongoing investigation. We found some fingerprints on the inside and outside of the luggage. We'll need to fingerprint you while you're here at the station, so that we can separate your prints from those of the suspects. After the case is wrapped up, we'll return your luggage to you. I understand. Thank you, Ranger Murdoch. Do you have the ticket stub? May I have it? Of course. Here you go. You give him the ticket stub. How about the cigar butt? It could prove helpful. Certainly. You give him the cigar butt. That's all I have to share about Albert. I mean Carl. Fair enough. Let's move on to something else. And finally, Margot's death. Margot's murder. It does appear to be the case. That's what we're looking into. Do you have any evidence you'd like to give me that could help us make a case for Margot's murder? Flypaper? I found this empty box of flypaper in the garden shed. After reading its tiny warning label, I discovered that it contains arsenic. Jack maintains a supply of flypaper at the lodge, but this is the only box that was in the shed. And the box looks crisp and new, but empty. I suspect Nessa was stealing the flypaper and extracting the arsenic from it. An interesting theory. May I take this box into evidence? Of course. You give him the box. Do you have anything else? We do.
The hair.
We have her hair, yes. The lock of hair. And we have the jar. Which is called Jam Jar? Jack's Jam Jar.
Just jar should be fine, though.
I recovered this jam jar from the river by Crimson Lodge. I think it's a key piece of evidence against Nessa regarding the poisoning. You hand the jam jar over. Thanks, Nancy. What can you tell me about it? There's a powdery white residue inside with a bit of flypaper. I'd be very interested to learn what the residue is. I wouldn't be surprised if it's arsenic. Really? The box for the flypaper strips warns that they contain arsenic. It's dangerous stuff. We'll find out about it one way or another. Thank you. I also found a fingerprint on the outside of the jam jar. It's Nessa's. This could go a long way to connecting them. And very possibly to ruling the death a poisoning. Excellent work. What's more, I overheard Nessa having a conversation with Corvus in the apple orchard. She admitted to soaking flypaper in the glass jar to obtain poison, storing it in her flask, and tossing the jars over the waterfall. That's quite incriminating, especially if the evidence can back up your story. In fact, we confiscated a silver flask from Miss Crabbe when we took her into custody. We will have to test it for poisonous substances. Do you have anything else to show me? Do you want lock of hair or hair?
Yes, hair.
So, I took this sample of Margot's hair after she died. I've read that hair analysis can sometimes determine the cause of death. Indeed. I can't make any promises, but this could help us with our investigation. Which is kind of weird, because if he's there, why shouldn't he be responsible for taking a lock of hair as well?
Yeah.
But whatever. You hand over the lock of hair. Thanks. Do you have anything
And then
else?
there's There's the one thing that we're missing, which is the glass, which we never picked up, which we were told on the train ride over here that we missed, so...
To show me.
Yeah, so we don't have that. We were supposed to probably bring the glass, but we don't.
So what do we got left? We've got the wax sign, the map, the key, the probably diamonds, another pile of spare salt. We've got our spare salt, we've got wire cutters, wire, the gem, the lantern, and a plain rock, which has suddenly triggered a well done. Yeah, so I don't think we have...
No, we don't have anything else.
So no?
No. I wish we had that
I'm
glass.
afraid... Oh, come on, Maury. We did pretty bloody good for a first run through. Moving on.
Well, I would have... It's one of those things where, oh, this glass is suspicious, and then she doesn't pick it up because you have to ask her to pick it up.
Specifically, yeah. I think that does it, actually. Thanks for your time, Nancy. You head home after completing your interview with Ranger Murdoch and immediately set to work on your field report. You write at length about the samples you've obtained and the observations you've made, though you do leave out a few key details, such as that there are diamonds in Crimson. Professor Plummer proves to be an enthusiastic and patient mentor despite his mild disappointment at the unremarkable findings. You impress him with your attention to detail and hard work. Together you produce an impeccable field report. So there you go, Maury, we didn't need to do more. That's published by the Royal Canadian Museum and eventually endorsed by the Geological Survey of Canada. Your first publication, a true feather in your cap. Weeks pass, soon you're immersed in your regular life. You've become an expert on the filing system and even suggest on ways to improve it. Yeah, this is our first playthrough. Check out the VOD from yesterday if you want to see the other half. You find yourself missing the fresh air, the roaring waterfalls and rushing rivers of Crimson. You wonder if you've ever hear about how things are going up there. Until one day... you hear back from Kimmy or Nathan, or... There you are, Nancy. Yeah, we're not called the junior detectives. I thought today's newspaper might be of interest to you. Extra, extra. 1 of 4. Mighty fine detective work. Achievement unlocked. You start reading the newspaper. You're relieved to see that there's no mention of Crimson anywhere, not even in the smallest news items. You figure no news is good news. There's no mention at all about Albert Carl's attempted sabotage at the Sioux Locks, only that there will be minor delays to routine maintenance. They probably want to make sure there aren't any more explosive devices in and around the locks. Well, just imagine if Albert had succeeded. You shudder to think of it. You skim the rest of the newspaper, but nothing else catches your eye. That's a relief, I suppose. Too bad about the whole diamond fiasco, eh, Nancy? But we both knew it was a long shot. Good work today, kiddo. See you tomorrow, bright and early. Yes, sir. Nancy suddenly became little Timmy, I'm sorry. You start the long walk home. You're relieved that Crimson won't become an open pit mine and that Kimmy and her comrades are safe and happy. Is this Kimmy? Hiya, Nancy. No, another late night, eh? I've got a bit of stew saved up for you. Kept it nice and warm on the stove. Thank you, Mrs. Williams. I'm starving. Go on in, lass. I'll serve it up. I'll be down in a bit. Okay, lass, take your time. Roberta! 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 Mrs. Williams ladles a hearty bowl of stew and slices a bit of bread for you. The food is delicious and warms you to the bone. Oh, how could it be anyone other than Roberta Williams? She sits with you, and the two of you chat about the goings-on in the neighborhood. You're grateful she rents you a room so cheaply. Museum clerks aren't paid very well. Once your belly is full and Miss Williams has washed the bowl, she waves you away from this menial task. You step lightly upstairs, lest you wake the other lodgers. So for those of you who aren't as massive adventure game nerds, Roberta Williams is heavily involved in making a lot of the very early adventure games. You fall asleep as your head hits the pillow. You're exhausted and tomorrow will be another exhausting day. But every exhausting day is yet another step closer to making your dreams come true. Well done, Nancy.
Though you really shouldn't sleep with that scarf tied around your neck. That's a great choking hazard.
You did a good job with sussing out the motives and actions of the other guests, but you did miss out on a few key things. You scored 20 of 24 during your pre-departure ponderings. You've performed satisfactorily during your interview with the ranger, though you could have been more helpful. You scored 15 out of 19. Ooh, we didn't do quite as well with the ranger.
Oh.
20 of 24 is good, but 15 of 19 is a bit. You did pretty well in your investigation and reporting of Margot's death. You scored 7 out of 8 for our Margot investigation. That's solid.
That's the glass! That's the glass!
The 1 point for not picking up the cup. Carl Leffler, aka Albert Resper, was tried and found guilty of sabotage of the railway bridge, attempted sabotage of the Sue Locks espionage, fraud, theft, and a litany of minor charges. He was incarcerated at Kingston Penitentiary until his death 12 years later from a heart attack. The Sulocks were patrolled by the Northwest Mounted Police for the duration of the Great War, and there were no other sabotage attempts made. Thanks to this vigilante, Canadian supply lines along the Great Lakes waterways remained uninterrupted. It played an important part in Commonwealth war efforts and crucially contributed to Allied victory. Corvus Shaw was found guilty of being an accomplice at Evans' kidnapping, forgery and attempted fraud. He was disbarred and served 5 years in a medium's security prison. He was hardened by his prison experiences and fell in with the wrong crowds. He spent the rest of his years in and out of correctional facilities for various white-collar crime. Margot was laid to rest in Crimson's lushly overgrown cemetery in an informal service attended by Evan, Jack, Nathan, and Kimmy. You wish you'd been able to make Nessa face justice for Margot's murder, but at least Margot's at rest where she was loved. But we got the newspaper clipping of Nessa being like, "I'm in prison, wah!" So that doesn't quite match properly. Kimmy Kishiro stayed on at the lodge until after the autumn migration of the birds, when she returned to Vancouver to be with her family. From then on, she'd visit Crimson for the spring and autumn migrations, as well as the cormorant's nesting season every summer. Jack remained at the lodge, continuing to take care of it even after Evan legally transferred the lodge and lands to Nathan Cardinal and his family. When Jack became old and creaky, the Cardinals in turn took care of him. Nathan Cardinal and Evan Richards arranged the transfer of the lodge and lands to the Cardinal family, effective immediately. Considering recent events, they agreed it was a good idea. The secret of the Crimson Diamonds remained hidden. Nessa Crab she was found guilty of attempted murder of Evan, kidnapping and attempted fraud. She served a few years in the newly constructed northwest wing of Kingston Penitentiary. You feel like she got off too lightly. It bothers you she didn't face justice for Margot's murder. But you did not have an... Oh, come on, we missed 1 cup! You didn't have enough evidence against her. Evan Richards lived the rest of his days in his beloved lodge. Nessa was found guilty of kidnapping and attempted fraud. Yup, not enough evidence. And served a few years in Kingston's penitentiary. But we have the fingerprint from the glass, right?
Yeah. But that's not good enough.
It's not good enough that, here's 90% of the evidence and our story checks out, and I have the fingerprint, you just have to accept that I took it from the glass.
No, No. What you have to do is send your
Bring the
actual
whole
detectives
glass. Yeah.
to there, where the glass still remained when we left the lodge. The glass was still there.
So where were we? It bothers you that she didn't face justice for Margot's murder, which likely would have put her away for life. Nessa was poised to start legal battles with her brother over the land and lodge once she was released, but suddenly died when she choked on a fishbone in a downtown restaurant. Upon Evan's death, she was buried alongside Margot and his parents in Crimson, which is exactly what he wanted. Nessa's body was buried in... He wanted her dead or buried? Nessa's body was buried in Toronto, which is exactly what she wanted. Everyone was satisfied with the outcome. You continued to work diligently as a clerk at the Royal Canadian Museum. A month later, you were accepted at the University of Toronto in the Department of Geology and Paleontology as an undergraduate. Professor Plummer spoke highly of your fieldwork in his letter of recommendation. Although your findings weren't revolutionary, he tells you that impeccable work, regardless of result, is the bedrock of any scientific discipline. I thought we'd get told off here. I thought we'd get slapped on the wrist for making up fake science, and that he's very proud of you. A few months later, you received a letter from Ranger Murdoch praising your investigative prowess and tenacity in helping to foil the sabotage attempts at the Sioux Locks. He says you are a natural detective and that he hopes you'll cross paths again someday. Thank you for playing. Exeunt omnes. Roll credits. Design, writing, art, animation, programming by Julia Minamata. Music composed and performed by Dan Policar. Adventure Game Studio by Chris Jones. Maintained and updated by the AGS community. And so on and so forth. Alright, Maury, well done. I'm really quite happy with that.
Glass.
There were a couple of times when it was a bit picky about which exact word, and
Yes.
we needed to get our head around that inspecting something doesn't necessarily mean you've picked it up.
Find the key in the pocket. Yeah, then you just leave it. You don't pick it up.
Yeah. Look in pocket. Examine pocket. There's a key in there. And then we just walk away without the key.
The amount of time we spent trying to unlock that darn vanity because we hadn't actually picked up the key. We had just found the key.
Yeah. And we were like talking to people about the key. And then but you don't have the key to open it. I really did like all of the layers of could they be guilty, who could be guilty of what and why, and their various motivations. I think that was done well. I like the graphic style. The music, my same statement as before. There's a lot of the game that doesn't have any music, but music is hard to do. So I don't no harsh words there. I do like this sort of ending for the game where it actually rates you and gives you...
Yeah.
I really like that in Laura Bow 2. And I do love that game isn't afraid to tell you did shit, do better next time. And I don't mind that this told us, like, yeah, you did pretty well, but you could have done better. These are the things that you could have done better, and it's even very nice in this one in that it gives you hints about what you could have done better for next time.
Yeah.
Whereas Laura Bow just lets you smack your head against the game again and again and again until you work it all out.
But yeah, no, I enjoyed that part, and I mean the characters were all fairly well written.
Yeah, I think they were well written and dialogued.
Yeah. There really was nothing more to Kim than bird watching.
She wasn't actually.
That's her identity.
She is one-dimensional. Birdwatch.
But yeah, I've enjoyed playing this. It's been fun.
I like the pixel art. I really liked the, again, I'm going to point it out, the scene-changing thing where you'd, like, walk behind a building and it would trigger a scene change that would look like the same scene with the background dropped away. I think that's a really fancy way of making use of the, like, looking like you're the same scene but technically being a different scene and showing the player more information that they want to see. I thought that's really nice. Anything else about the last sections? Maybe the steps in the actual mine. Like, why can't you... If you go to use the wire cutters on the ropes that are binding up the man, especially when you're told, like, I need to go get him free of the ropes so that we can gang up on Nessa, and then you try and just pull the ropes and it fails. Then we try and wire cut the ropes and it's like, no, but why? Why wouldn't the wire cutters work on ropes? They cut wire, and wire is less good than rope. That's about the only really big one I'd say from this last half of the game for me.
Yeah.
That sequence was a little bit
Also,
rough.
the whole pushing table on Nessa really had to be specific as well, because otherwise you got that you're not close to the table. So then we spent a few times trying to move around the table to be close enough when that wasn't necessary. It was just a wording. That would have been nice to have a bit more specified. Like, instead, what we got a lot of other times was, where do you want to push the table?
Yeah. Do you want to
Then
push
we
it
would
down
have
the
gotten
chasm?
immediately.
Yeah. I wonder...
Unlike now.
The nice thing about it, though, is even if you do fail, it looks like all that it's going to affect is that Nessa will get away.
Yeah.
So it's not like you die. It's not game over.
No. And we trucked away the almonds anyway, so she wouldn't be able to kill him, so we would both live.
She did still have that knife. Potentially.
Yeah, but for some reason she didn't want to get her hands dirty.
She only wants all her money. Anyway. I had a lovely time. I'm glad you did too, Maury. Next up on our docket is returning to the Sherlock Holmes series. I think we're up to...
Yes.
Crimes and Punishment?
Yes.
So, unless some other
The
thing grabs our
question
attention.
remains though.
Yeah?
Does this change anything? Does this change the play order?
Oh, I don't mind doing 2 in a row. That's not a big deal.
Okay.
That's not a problem at all.
Because I don't remember if... Did you have chapter 1?
You were navigating for the earliest ones, weren't you? In any case, it's my turn. I'm sure that I'm next.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you all for
Yes.
watching. I hope you have had a lovely time with this game. I can thoroughly recommend it. I think this is worth recommending. You too, Moz?
Yeah.
Okay. See you all later. Have a lovely end.